Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's a cold, rainy, overcast Saturday afternoon. I landed on streaming this afternoon because I think I've got plans for tonight. So, I guess always a chance those fall through, but I'm electing to stream this afternoon here on Saturday. So we're gonna read Higurashi. Again, I have no idea how long what we're currently reading, how long it lasts, so I don't know if it's gonna continue after today. The current arc, I should say, right? I don't know if it'll finish early. I don't know if it'll keep going beyond today. So I wrote down maybe more after Higurashi this afternoon just because on the off chance that it finishes early, I don't know, then we can pivot to something else. But if not, then we'll be fine. Let's pull up that. Oh wait, we don't have to pull up the long list of things we were reading because I forgot. Because we're once this is over, then we'll pull back up the long list of things to read. So yeah, finish chapter 1 of this story arc. Recap. We haven't done one of those, I feel like, in a while. I talked about, it seems that this, based on what the game told us, that this is a retelling, sorta, of, chapter 1 of the official 8 arcs, you know? I theorized that this is gonna, where it's gonna split into, like, butterfly effect, is going to be like, oh, he changes up how he reacts to things, and then we'll see how different it is. Whether that's positively or negatively. I would predict probably negatively, everything we know of Higurashi. So I'll be curious to see how that kind of shakes out here. We got tips for like the first time in forever, so that was fun. Everyone loves tips, I think. Good morning, Mi-chan! Rena waved to Mion as she came running over. I joined in and called out to her. Good morning, Rena, Kei-chan. Let me turn up volume just slightly. There we go. Thanks for all your help yesterday, both of you. Thanks for taking care of cleanup, Mi-chan. I wanted to say something to thank Mion for all her hard work, too. Even though it was a small village festival, it still involved the entire village. It was pretty big on its own scale. It must have been pretty tough tidying everything up. That's right. I think it went on until around 3 a.m. Then I came home and took a bath. I didn't get to sleep until 4:30. I took a moment to process Mion's response, then my eyes shrank the moment I recognized the words 4:30. 4:30? Seriously, you might as well have not slept at all. If I was in that condition, there's no way I'd be going to school. Honestly, I truly felt that way. Ah ha ha ha. The look on your face says there's no way I'd be going to school. Huh? How? Reno is reading my mind. Because you're so easy to understand, Kei-chan. According to Mion, the adults were still active until dawn. It was clear how passionate the villagers were about their festival. We were all chatting together as I put my hand on the classroom door. But, just then, the crisis management system inside my brain immediately kicked in. I looked up above and sure enough, I saw a blackboard eraser. How sweet. I grabbed it and triumphantly stepped into the classroom. But the next moment, I found myself looking up at the ceiling. I slipped down and felt the mild pain of landing on my butt. Doink. And to make matters worse, the blackboard eraser covered in white powder landed square on my face. When I tossed it aside and raised my upper body, I could see an abacus sliding away by my feet. Oh my, Kechi-san. You're quite the entertainer, entering into the classroom with a showy backflip. I got up and headed toward the culprit as fast as I could. Whoosh. Black. My index finger traveled with tremendous momentum as it struck its target. Wah! Kechi-san poked me in the forehead. That was quite a fiendish trap today, and that's not even the worst of it. Classic. Reina looked on the verge of fainting, and Mion looked stunned while watching the debacle. Everything was just like usual. All my classmates were here, and the atmosphere hadn't changed at all. Even though things were a little cloudy in the back of my mind last night, everything was starting to clear up. Oh, I was thinking about this. I was looking at the archive on YouTube earlier. I was working on some things, and I noticed last stream of this was part 90. So unless this all of these arcs here wrap up so quickly, which I doubt, we are surely crossing the 100 stream threshold. And also, if I think back to Umineko, I think Umineko, the main series, went to 80... Actually, I should probably check, right? I could easily check. If we don't count the Golden Fantasia fighting game, right? The main series went... it was 89 parts, right? Yeah, the main series was 89 parts, and then we did 2 supplemental streams after that. So if we count extras of those, then it's 91. And this is stream 91 of Higurashi with all the extra arcs and stuff. So technically, in just number of streams, Higurashi is outpacing Umineko. But I think there's more I think there's just more, there's more side stuff. If we just counted the main series, then Umineko technically outpaced Higurashi. There's just so many extra arcs here. What arc is this? Good question. I have it written here. Let me find it. It is, and I'll probably say it wrong, Taraimawashi. Taraimawashi. Hopefully that answers the question. Taraimawashi, I think. I spelled that off the top of my head because I closed the thing. I felt relieved as I looked around the classroom. Without even thinking, a smile spilled across my face. The kind of smile a random bystander might think looked creepy. Rina noticed my creepy smile and turned to me, looking concerned. What's going on, Kechi-kun? Did you bump your head? Did you? My graceful landing was executed perfectly. You think I should do it again? That's not necessary. That would be what? Alright, Sensei has arrived. Everyone, please be seated. Everyone listened to Mion's command and took a seat. It's Chie, who I'm like a million % convinced that Chie's voice actress changes every time we see her. Every time we see Chie, I'm convinced it's voiced by someone different. It's like my own stream conspiracy. Good morning, everyone.
昨日はお祭りでしたね。
So yesterday was a festival.
最後まで後片付けに参加した人たちは本当にお疲れ様でした。
I want to thank everyone who stayed late to help with the cleanup.
さて、ここ数日はお祭りの取材で遠くからテレビや雑誌の取材の方が見えたりします。
Now, over the next few days, you might see people conducting interviews about the festival for TV and magazines. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention.
皆さんが取材を受けることがあるかもしれませんが、曖昧なことやいい加減なことは言わないように。
Oh, the kids are being PR trained. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way.
いいですね。
Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, yes, ma'am. Her words were jovial, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. Reporters from talk shows and third-rate magazines are probably looking for a story, asking what the curse of the 5th year might be. As far as the villagers are concerned, I guess it's a major pain that only promotes a bad impression of the village. So, they're not going to give them what they want. This time, I'll be on the side of the villagers. And in that case, I'll have to do my part. Adjusting myself to fit in the village atmosphere is an important step in deepening my ties with the village. I'm sure there won't be any club activities today since everyone is still exhausted from last night. What should I do then? I haven't been to the Okinomiya arcade in a long time. Just as I was thinking that, Mion patted me on the shoulder.
何ぼんやりしてるの、ケイちゃん。
What are you staring so absent-mindedly for, Ki-chan?
そろそろ部活始めるよ。
It's almost time for our club activity. Oh? We're actually doing it? I completely set aside all the thoughts that were running through my head. I should have expected as much from Mion. She's not tired at all after yesterday. No, it wasn't just Mion. Rika-chan should have stuck around to help with cleanup too. And Satoko went with her, so they were probably all still at the shrine until late last night. Nevertheless, they all seemed to be acting in high spirits, but I'm sure the fatigue was still hiding there, beneath the surface. Can't let this opportunity go to waste. I'll use this to take everyone down.
Keiichi?
Keiichi?
何をニヤニヤしているのですか?
What are you smirking about? Oh, ho, 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 ho.
きっと皆さん寝不足なので、今日は勝つチャンスだと思っているのでございますわ。
I'm sure you're thinking that we're all tired, and today's your big chance at victory. Gah, she's absolutely right.
あ、Keiichi.
Ah, Keiichi.
顔の色が変わりましたのです。
The color on your face seems to have changed.
あら、ケイイチさん。
Oh dear, Keiichi-san.
図星だったみたいですわね。
I guess I was right on the mark. Oh, ho, 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 ho. She read like a book.
ケイイチくん、
How? Keiichi-kun.
図星だったのかなかな。
Was she right on the mark? Was she?
ケイちゃん、うちの部はそんなにやわでも甘くもないよ。
I just love how chaotic this backing track is. Ki-chan, don't expect our club to be soft and to be so soft and fragile. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. How could I forget? These are our battle-hardened club members.
じゃあ、今日のゲームを発表するよ。
Look how battle-hardened they look. Alright, it's time to announce today's game.
今日のゲームは
Today's game is... Mion pulled out a stack of cards and slammed them down.
本格派推理ゲーム。
A classic game of deduction. I sounded an ooh. A game from overseas, huh? This looks interesting.
説明書も英語ですけど、ルールはそんなに難しくないのです。
The instructions are in English, but the rules aren't that complicated.
私はこのゲーム苦手ではございませんことよ。
I'm no good at this game.
負けないからね。
I won't lose this one. Rina's complexion didn't look so great. Guess she's not very good at this game either.
ルールはね、事件の犯人と凶器、あと犯行現場
It's clue.
の3つを当てられた人が勝ち。
Here are the rules. First person to identify the killer, the murder weapon, and the scene of the crime will be declared the winner. It seems there are 3 types of cards: suspects, weapons, and locations. I noticed Mion, Rika, and everyone's names written on the suspect cards. Oh, there's even a card with my name on it. There are plenty of different weapon cards too. An axe, a knife, and even poison. And the location cards were pretty nice too. A study, a courtyard, an attic, even the back of a gym.
つまりね、
So
こ
basically,
れらのカードが1枚ずつ抜かれるの。
one of each card type is set aside.
それが が正解のカード。
And those are the answer cards.
それで残ったカードはシャッフルしてみんなで等分するのです。
We shuffle the remaining cards and divide them equally between everyone.
お互いに手持ちのカードを質問し合って抜かれた正解のカードが何かを当てるのですよ。
Then we ask each other about the cards and use that information to determine the answer cards. Ah, I see. So the cards that nobody has are the true perpetrators.
それで答えが分かったら挙手。
Then you raise your hand if you know the answer.
ゲームを終了して答えが正しいかを確認。
The game ends and we check if the answer is correct.
正解でしたら勝ちで1ポイント、
If you're right, you get a point.
外れでしたらマイナス1ポイント。
If you're wrong, you lose a point.
正解してもしなくてもゲーム終了だからカードを集めて仕切り直しなのでございます。
Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed.
よろしいかしらケイチさん。
Got it, Kechi-san?
やってみればわかるのです。
You'll learn as you go.
花ゲームはとても頭を使いますのですよ。
This game requires a lot of brain power.
メモを取りながらじゃないと混乱するよ。
You'll get confused if you don't take notes, okay?
ついてこられるかな。
Did you follow all that? Rina quickly pulled out a paper to take notes on. She looks rather intense.
で、今回の罰ゲームは何だ、ミオン。
So, what's the penalty for today's game, Mion? Everyone turned toward Mion.
そうだね。
Let's see.
昨日の疲れも多少あるだろうからさ。今日はソフトに使いっ走りの刑はどう？
We're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty?
みんなからお使いを頼まれて、それを買いに走るってわけ。
You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone.
つまりジュースとかお菓子とかを買いに行かされるんだね。
So, just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess.
でも今日の罰ゲームはなんだか優しすぎる気がいたしますわ。
But I feel like today's penalty is too soft. I wonder, is it really?
ケイチはそうは思っていないようなのです。
Keiichi, it looks like you're thinking otherwise. Because you don't know what you'll have to go buy. This is Mion we're talking about. I'm sure she'd make the loser buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or athlete's foot medicine or something completely absurd. I carefully looked over at Mion's face. I could sense a glow in her eyes. Indeed, I need to do everything in my power to stay out of last place.
それじゃあ始めるよ。
Alright, let's get started! The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The true culprit, the murder weapon, and the crime scene have been taken out, so that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards.
さて、一番手は昨べ一番頑張ったリカちゃんから。
Well, Rika-chan came in first place last night, so we'll start with her.
ありがとうなのです。
Thank you.
それではさとこ、おの、中庭。
I think it was Satoko with the axe in the courtyard. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask the other players. If you have any of those cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have.
あ、俺持ってるぞ。
Yeah, I got it.
レナもあるよ。
Me too.
私もだ。
Me too.
完全な投資ですわね。
Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Satoko, axe, and courtyard. So that means that Satoko and axe and courtyard are all in the clear. Gotta jot that down.
それでは私は
Then I'm next.
ケイチ、ナイフ、屋根裏部屋でございますわ。
I say it's Keiichi, knife, attic. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Keiichi, knife, and attic, one of those is part of the correct answer. The killer, the weapon, or the crime scene? No, wait. Even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Rina or Mion has 2 of the cards. Or it's possible that they have one of the cards. Come on, Keiichi, keep up. This is totally a mind game.
じゃあ今度は私の番だよ。
Well, I'm up next. Oh, wait just a second. I'm still sorting things out.
遅いですわケイチさん。
You're too slow, Keiichi-san.
置いてきぼりにしてしまいましたよ。
You're going to get left behind.
黙っててくれ。
Hey, shut up! The game has me thinking more than I expected. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough.
準備いいかな。
Ready?
レナ、ツルハシ、河川敷。
It's Rina, pickaxe, riverbed. This time only one person responded. That means... Wait, stay calm, think it over.
よっし
Alright,
犯人確定。
now I know the culprit. Here I am spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raises her hand.
犯人はリカちゃん。
The murderer is Rika-chan,
凶器は鉄アレイで、犯行現場は体育館の裏。
with the dumbbell in the back of the gym.
どう？
Well, Mion drew the cards in the box, and we checked to see if her deduction was right.
正解なのです。
You're right.
あともう少しだったですのに。
I was so close.
鉄アレイか毒物かピストルか決め手がなかったのでございます。
I wasn't sure if it was the dumbbell, the poison, or the pistol.
鉄アレイは重いのです。
A dumbbell is far too heavy.
僕は毒物でじわりじわりがいいのです。
I'd rather kill them slowly with poison. She has no qualms saying something like that. With such a cute look on her face, she's definitely a demon.
ケイイチ、
Keiichi?
怯えた目で僕を見ないでほしいのです。みー。
Don't look so terrified when you're looking at me. Me. Huh? Is it all over my face? Oh, ho, 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 ho.
ケイイチさんはすぐに香り出るから分かりやすいのでございますわ。
You're so easy to understand, Kechi-san. Things show on your face right away. At any rate, it's far more difficult than I expected. Deep down in my heart, I was feeling impatience. And when I looked over at Rina, I noticed how pale her complexion looked. Apparently, Rina and I were equally unskilled at this game. Our eyes met. It seemed like she had the same thought.
おやおや、二人とも。
Oh dear, look at the two of you.
なんかヤバヤバって顔だね。
What's with that look on your faces?
二人仲良くビリになってみる？
You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's no good. I imagine the scene. A sad man going out to buy hemorrhoid cream accompanied by a girl. I shudder just thinking about it.
ケイイチはこのゲームが苦手そうなのです。
It seems like Kechi's no good at this game. No. No. No!
そんなことはない。
That's not true.
次で名探偵前原の実力を見せてやる。
I'm about to show you the power of the great detective Kechi Maibara.
あら、おっしゃいましたわね。
My, that's some big talk.
それでは徹底的に遠慮なく叩きのめして差し上げますわ。
Then I'll have to give you a thorough thrashing.
さあとこ、また食らいたいか？
Satoko, I'll make you eat those words. I lined up my finger in the direction of her forehead and made a flicking gesture 2 or 3 times.
ケイイチさんが脅迫してくるのでございます。
Kechi-san's trying to intimidate me.
よしよしなのです。
There.
ケイイチ、自信がないからと腕力に訴えるのはずるいのですよ。
Kechi, it's not fair to resort to violence just because you're not confident in your own capabilities. Yeah. Once Rika-chan said that, I had to reflect on it. I had no choice but to forego my assault on Satoko's forehead. After a few more rounds, I was finally starting to grasp the trick to this game, but no matter how hard I tried, I was still left behind, or still a step behind. Mion and the others were carefully studying one another's faces. There's no way I can compete with a master who can gather information just from the questions themselves. If I want to turn my overwhelming disadvantage around, I need to be ruthless. I should abandon logic and focus on the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's winning. This is my chance. My only chance.
ああ、ごめん。
Time for him to lock in. Sorry.
ちょっとお手洗い。
I need to go to the bathroom. I was taking a gamble. I needed a change of pace. Fresh air was helping me clear my head. I inhaled and exhaled 2 or 3 more deep breaths. At the same time, I did some stretching exercises. I held my arms out in front of me, then swung them back and forth while bending my knees. 1, 2, 3. I was easing the tension of my muscles. I was still on edge. Then I looked around the school grounds and saw some of our classmates still playing around. I never played like this after school when I lived in Tokyo. Why does my life back then feel so abnormal in hindsight? I stared off at the natural scenery in the distance. Then I suddenly realized, can't keep going on like this forever. Today's game was still going, so I started to wonder if my plan was going to work. Victory was riding on the power of effective teamwork. Just then, I noticed Rina exit the classroom looking confused.
ケイイチくんひょっとしてレナのこと呼んだ？
I think we saw this before, right? Ketchikun, did you call for me? As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Rina. It worked. Just as I was hoping for. I guess we have good chemistry after all. Moving on. Since we didn't have much time, I straight up asked Rina how many points she had scored today. Rina looked puzzled for a moment, then timidly opened her mouth.
ポイントマイナス6だよ。
My score is -6.
どうしてそんなこと聞くの？
But why are you asking about that? Based on Rina's expression, I imagined it was pretty low, but I had no idea it was that bad.
このままだと俺たち2人のどちらかがビリだ。
The way things are going, either of us could easily end up in last place.
じゃあレナが罰ゲームなのかな？
So, Rina is gonna be stuck with a penalty. Penalty?
おいおい、そう簡単に諦めるなよ。
Come on, don't give up so easily.
勝ちに行こうぜ、勝ちに。
Don't you want to win this? Let's win!
どうやって？
But how? I brought my lips close to Rina's ear. Whisper, whisper, whisper.
そ
Ah!
んなのいいのかな？
Is that allowed? Allowed?
思い出せ、レナ。
Think back, Rina.
快速第2条。勝つためにはあらゆる努力を惜しまない。
The second rule of our society. Do everything in your power to obtain victory.
そうだね。
Yeah, that's right.
頑張るよ。
I'll try my best. Rina assumed a fighting pose with all her might. Our strategy would never succeed without precise teamwork. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. During that brief moment, Rina and I would quickly show our cards to one another. We'd reveal them under our desks, and all the while, we'd be scribbling with our pencils. Even if the others looked up, their eyes would be drawn toward our moving hands. It's simply human nature. That was the whole point. If all goes well, nobody will notice a thing. We'll be operating with twice as much information as the other players, so our questions won't have any information gaps.
そうだね。
Oh, I see.
これなら今日は勝てそうだよ。
If we do that, we can probably win today.
勝てそうじゃない。
No, not just probably.
勝つんだ。
We will win it. Then we can make Mion buy that hemorrhoid cream and athlete's foot medicine.
ケイイチくん、顔がちょっと怖い。
Ketchikun, your face is looking kinda scary. We can win this, Rina. You can't be put off by a scary face or two.
それもそうだね。
Yeah, you're right. We both smirked at each other. Rina and I would probably dig our way out of last place before Mion managed to catch on. In fact, there was a good chance we could take first and second place. Not bad at all. Just you watch, Mion. After Rina went back to the classroom, took a few deep breaths before heading back myself. I did my best to avoid making eye contact with Mion. Your eyes can say as much as your mouth. Isn't that what they say? Mion is pretty smart. She usually has good intuition. So, carefully looked her over. I was fairly confident that Mion had no knowledge of my conspiracy.
よし、ゲーム再開だよ。
Okay, let's start the game again. Mion held her arms up high, but just then Chie-sensei came over.
園崎さん、
Sonozaki-san,
ちょっといいですか？
do you have a minute?
何ですか、先生。
What is it, sensei?
ごめんみんな、ちょっとタイムね。
Sorry, everyone. I need a moment. After saying that, Mion walked over to the teacher.
園崎さんにお客さんがいらしてますよ。
You have a visitor, Sonozaki-san.
昇降口へ行ってください。
Please make your way to the front door.
お客さん？
A visitor?
私にですか？
For me?
そうです。
That's right.
早く行ってらっしゃい。
So, please head there as soon as possible.
わかりました。
Understood.
ってことでさ、
Anyway,
おじさんちょっと行ってくるから。
the soul man needs to head out for a little while. After saying that, Mion rushed out of the classroom.
みーちゃんにお客さんって誰かな？
A visitor for Mi-chan? Who is it? Who is it?
ミオンさんはとてもお顔が広いですから、時々誰かが訪ねてらっしゃいましたよ。
Mion knows a lot of people, so it's not so unusual for her to have a visitor.
そうです。ミーは顔が広いのですよ。
That's true. Me does know a lot of people.
そっか、仕方ないよな。
Is that so? Well, can't be helped. I gave a bitter look towards the way Mion left, and here I was ready to make her speechless. This sucks. At any rate, who on earth could be visiting Mion? We've been waiting for a while now, but there was still no indication that Mion was coming back.
ミオンさん、なかなか帰っていらっしゃらないですわね。
I'm sure Mion-san wouldn't go home without us.
僕たちは手持ち豚さんなのです。
We're all waiting around like little pigs.
ブーブー。
Oink, oink.
手持ち豚さん。は
Little pigs? Oh.
あ。小豚のリカちゃん、かわいいよ。
How little piglet Rika-chan is so cute.
お持ち帰り。
I want to take it home with me.
まだゲーム中だぞ。
We're still in the middle of a game, aren't we?
はあ。
Oh,
だってこんなにかわいいよ。は
but she's too cute.
どんなに可愛くてもゲームが終わるまではダメ。
It doesn't matter how cute she is. You'll have to wait till the game is over.
でもちょっとくらいなら
But
ダメ
but
かな。
Oh.
かな。
my bad. But just a little wouldn't hurt, would it? Would it?
終わってからにしなさい。
Wait until it's over. We had a problem on our hands. It looked like everyone was starting to get impatient and bored.
しょうがない。ゲーム再開しようぜ。
There's nothing we can do about it, so we should get back to the game. Once I broached the subject, everyone's eyes brightened and they nodded to me. That's right. Think about it. We're moving while the demon is away. In other words, this visitor's arrival was giving us a chance. So, Mion's seat still vacant, we shuffled the cards and dealt them out at once. Sure enough, Rika-chan and Satoko carefully focused on scribbling down notes. Meanwhile, I pretended to take notes while revealing my hand to Rina under my desk. Satoko, Rina, pistol, knife, cemetery, storage shed. That means the possibility that any of the other cards is the answer. That means the possibility that any of the other cards is the answer was high. There we go. Rina quickly jabbed at me with her elbow.
何を笑っているでございますか、ケイチさん。
What are you laughing about, Kechi-san?
非常に気持ちが悪いのですよ。
It's really creepy. Me. Whoops. It's no time to be laughing. I need to come up with a good excuse.
いや、このメンツで実際に犯罪やってることを想像したらさ。
Well, I'm just imagining you guys actually committing these crimes.
意味はわかりませんが、なぜだか非常に不愉快でございますわ。
I'm not following. That doesn't sound pleasant at all.
サトコ、乗ってはいけないのです。
Satoko, don't fall for it.
おそらくケイチのミスリードなのですよ。
Keiichi's probably just trying to mislead you. Satoko and Rika-chan laughed together with an oh ho ho and a nippa. Meanwhile, Rina was beside me wiping away her cold sweat.
それでは、現在2位の僕から行きますのです。
I'm in second place, so I'll start.
では、
え
レナ、ピストル、屋根裏部屋。
It's Rina. Pistol. Attic.
あ、俺持ってるぞ。
Oh, I have it.
レナもあるよ。
Me too.
私も持ってましたよ。
I've got one too.
そうですか。では、投資なのですね。
Is that so? Then that's all of them. That confirms the location, but the weapon is still unclear. Alright, wonder if now is the time to go for it.
今度は俺だな。
I'm up next.
じゃあ、リカ、灰皿、ラウンジ。
Then it's Rika. Ashtray. Lounge.
私は持ってましたよ。
I have it.
僕もなのです。
Me too.
レナはないよ。
Not me. I see. That means it's not that one, right? Wait, hold on. I looked through my notes, then bam, came to
よ
me.
っしゃー、犯人確定。
Alright, I know the killer. Huh?
もうでございますか？
Already?
ケイチ、早すぎる男は嫌われるのです。
Keiichi, nobody likes men who are too fast. So true, Rika, so true. I thrust my index finger up towards the heavens, then shout out the name of the killer, the weapon, and the location.
犯人はミオン
The killer is Mion!
凶器は斧で犯行現場は図書室
The murder weapon is the axe, and the crime scene is the library.
どうだ
Well, I pulled the answer cards out of the box to verify my solution.
ケイチくん正解。
Ketchikun, you're right!
ふぬまさかミオンさんとは。
No way, it was actually Mion-san.
斧なんかダメなのです。
The axe isn't a good weapon either.
やっぱり毒物でじわりじわりがいいのです。
Rika loves poison. Poison really is the way to go. It's slow and painful. Rika-chan, you have some interesting hobbies. Still, got an awfully soft face while saying some hard things. Reina and I continued carrying out our plan, but Rika-chan and Satoko weren't stupid. We made good progress after a while, trading wins between us, but we had to start being more cautious. Then, finally, I was taken by surprise. I thought Satoko was taking notes, but she was actually holding a small handheld mirror under the desk. And I noticed Rika-chan's sharp gaze, staring straight at me through the mirror. I tried to hide our cheating, but it was already too late.
あら、そういうことでございますか、お
Got
二
him.
人とも。
Oh my! So the two of you really stooped to something like that?
そうなれば僕たちにも考えがあるのです。
Me, if that's how you're going to play it, we've got ideas of our own. Rika-chan and Satoko looked at each other and smiled. From that point on, it was a battle between Team Kechi and Reina, and Team Satoko and Rika-chan, duking out in coordinated attacks. Then, nearly an hour later, while we were in the middle of our 13th game, Mion finally came back.
どうしたの、みーちゃん。
What's the matter, Mi-chan? Reina must have noticed something on her, for her to ask that. Now that she mentioned it, something does look odd about Mion. It's like she has no energy.
いや、なんでもないよ。
Huh? No, it's nothing. Mion responded as such, but her expression made it clear she wasn't feeling all right. But the next moment,
なんじゃ
what? What is this? Unsurprisingly, since Mion was out, the four of us managed to collect an enormous number of points in her absence. Mion must have realized the moment she saw the score sheet, no matter how hard she tries, it'll be impossible for her to turn her point deficit around. So unfair.
今日は代わりに買い物行ってもらう予定だったのに。
Nero was planning to make someone else go shopping in my place today. The moment Mion slumped down in to her seat, a note hanging from her pocket fell out. So, picked it up and took a look. What?
わあ、いっぱい書いてあるね。
Wow, that's a lot of stuff written down.
豆腐2丁
2 servings of tofu,
シャンプーとリンス
shampoo and conditioner,
みりんに油揚げ
cooking wine.
なんだこれ
What is this? It says gopher penalty.
これお前が頼まれたお使いだろ
This was all a ploy to make us run errands for you? Mion let out a tee-hee-hee laugh.
お使いさせるためにこのゲームを始めたのかお前は
You intentionally chose this game just to make us do your chores. But when I looked at Mion, I was relieved to see she was acting like her usual self. Still, I felt a little bad that she was given the penalty when she wasn't even here. However...
はいみーちゃん、
Alright, Mi-chan.
これレナのお買い物だからよろしくね。
Here's Rena's shopping list, thanks. Wait, all this time I spent worrying about this game, you were sitting there writing a shopping list?
くー、私たちもお買い物リスト作っておりましたのに。
We made our own list too.
残念なのです。みー。
Better luck next time. Me. Even though it was such a close race, they had the time to make a list too? I felt cold sweat dripping down my neck. Dripping. I felt cold sweat dripping down my back. You're all demons. Dripping. Making the shopping list.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。
See you later, Ketchikun. Rena spun around in a swooshing motion and started walking toward her house. Come on, now you're just imitating Mion. We had been walking at a swift pace for a while, and somewhere along the way, Rena started skipping. Watch your step, Rena. Don't fall. Ah ha ha ha. I'll be fine. Not the answer I was looking for. After club activities wrapped up, Rena and I walked home from school together. She seemed in especially high spirits today. This was the first time she ever claimed first place in a logic game, but even so, she looked as happy as a kid at a festival. And that smile on her face as she handed me on that shopping list, like she was finally getting even for a long-standing grudge, and did so by saying thanks, with thunder crackling in the background. That's how it felt, anyway. I was still thinking those pointless thoughts as I reached my house. I put my hand on the doorknob and... Huh? It won't open. Oh, nobody's home. Dad and Mom left to do something for Dad's work. I pulled the key with the first seal keychain out of my pocket, intending to unlock the door. Then I slid it in the keyhole, gave it a turn, and pushed the front door open. The house felt quiet and empty with nobody inside. Felt like the moment people step out of a house, it starts to feel like an abandoned house. I slipped my shoes off, then made my way upstairs. I sat my bag down inside my room and thought about what to do. I was lying on my bed, my stomach started to growl. I need to get something before dinner time. So, made my way down the stairs and around to the kitchen, then started randomly opening the refrigerator and cabinet doors. Nothing? Nothing. Nothing! No matter where I looked, I couldn't find anything to eat. My shoulders slumped, and I let out a deep sigh. You know, shouldn't parents leave something for their kids when they go out? I complained about that before, but Mom said something flippant like, you can just buy anything from anywhere, and took that as an excuse not to make me anything. Yeah, that's right. But being left with nothing at all is still annoying. Humans are selfish creatures. Can Mion just get over here already? I spoke softly to myself. Why? Because she wouldn't just let me say something like that. Mion came in last, by far, in today's club activity. Naturally, Rena and I were tied for first place. Eventually, Rena gave Mion her shopping list. Then she approached me as though she were about to devour me. If I'm shopping for one or two people together, it makes no difference. Well, say something already. Just tell me, what do you want me to buy? It was the first time in my life someone had threatened to buy me something. But it couldn't be helped, so I gave her my request. But that moment, Mion simply tilted her head. That's it? That's all? Nothing besides that? I heard it over and over. Yes, that's fine. Hurry up and buy it. I'm getting hungry. Just as I was about to shout that. Why it sounded like a dungeon was being opened up there. When I heard that doorbell, I headed over to the entrance and opened the door to find Mion waiting there. Alright, here you go. Nice timing. Hmm? Kei-chan. You were about to look up towards the heavens and shout, hurry up and buy it, Mion, weren't you? How did you know? Just as I thought. What gave you that idea, Mion? Because I could hear you. That's why. Seriously? Mion cackled to herself as the panicked, that can't be true, look started to show on my face. She got me. Anyway, why'd you ask me to get this for you? And just a single box at that? Her eyes fixated on the one thing I asked her to buy. Cup noodles. Specifically, the big name variety, Deca Cup. Tonkatsu pork and ginger flavor. What's it to you? It's my favorite kind. I was planning to have it for dinner tonight. Huh? This is supposed to be your dinner?
今日は留守だからさ。
Yeah, my mom is out today.
なあなあ、
What?
それなら何か作ってきてあげた方が良かったかな。
In that case, would you like me to make something?
ミオ
Oh, she's such a bro. You.
お前料理できるのか？
You can cook, Mion?
失礼な。
How rude.
おじさんを見くびっちゃいけない。
Don't underestimate this old man.
料理は得意中の得意なんだからね。
I'm more than capable of cooking. Mion put her hands on her hips as she mouthed off to me. But I couldn't believe it. With that face and that getup, it can't be true.
何よその顔。
Why are you making that face?
だって実際に見てないしな。
Because I'm just not seeing it.
んだ、いつか見せてやる。
I'll have to show you sometime.
その時はギャッフーンと言わせてやるからね。
And when that time arrives, you'll be left speechless.
あ、楽しみにしてるぞ。
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Then, Mion grabbed her bags as she delivered that answer with a smile. Both her hands were full with huge shopping bags. Wow, it's a massive load of stuff. Took a quick glance at the contents. 500 grams of pork, 2 packs of eggs, 5 servings of tofu, 4 milk cartons, 1.8 liters of soy sauce, and then some carrots, long onions, pumpkin, regular onions, potatoes, beans, cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, king trumpet mushrooms, spinach, bean sprouts. Looking a bit more closely, I noticed a variety of spice bottles. Mion pulled Rina's shopping list out of her pocket and started reading out the names of the spices.
ね、色をつける組料でサフラン、パプリカ、ウコン、クチナシでしょ。
For bittering and coloring spices, I've got saffron, paprika, turmeric, and gardenia, I think.
それから辛みをつける辛味料で胡椒、唐辛子、わさび、からし。
And then for pungent spice, I've got pepper, red pepper, wasabi, and mustard.
最後に香りをつける香味料でクローブ、ミント、タイム、ローズマリー。
And finally, for aromatic spices, I've got clove, mint, thyme, rosemary,
セージ、バジル、フェンネル、キャラウェイ、フェンネルシード。
sage, basil, fennel, caraway, fennel seed.
アニアス、オレガノ、クレソン、ケイバー、月桂樹の葉、コリアンダー。
What is that? Anise, oregano, watercress, capers, bay leaves, coriander. Each time she listed a name, I compared it to the label on the vial. And then, all the way on the bottom of the bag, I found an entire watermelon.
だってレナ、今度本格料理に挑戦するんだって言ってたからね。
Because Rina said she wanted to try making authentic dishes next time, didn't she? Even if she said that, aren't there limits to these things? Just what was she planning to make? Authentic curry or Italian cuisine? It seems more like harassment to me. Moreover, it wasn't just the one bag. Mion had another equally daunting shopping list filling another bag.
ミオ、
Mion,
お前これ全部持ってきたのか？
you carried all this here?
そうだよ。
That's right.
だって罰ゲームだしね。
That's the penalty after all. I looked Mion in the eyes, and I could see the toll the weight was taking on her arms. She had a calm look on her face, but I could see the streaks of her muscles running down her neck and along both her arms, sapping her of all her strength.
そんじゃあケイちゃん、
Alright, Ki-chan.
また明日。よっと。
See you tomorrow. Yeah. Mion looked back, then started clumsily walking down the path. It felt like the earth was bending under the extreme weight.
待てミオ。
Mion, wait. I suddenly started running over to her.
待てったら。
Hold on.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
俺どうせ暇だし、
I've got time to kill anyways,
一緒に持ってってやるよ。
so I'll help you carry those. As soon as I said that, I grabbed one of the shopping bags and immediately started walking.
いいよ。
That's okay.
あ、いいってば。ちょっと。
Really, I'm okay. Hold on. I figured she would shoot me down, so I had to start walking without asking permission. Eventually, I could hear Mion's footsteps approaching from behind. Then when she caught up to me, she walked beside me and smiled.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Huh?
やっぱりちょっと重かったからね。
I'm sure you already realized they're a bit heavy. Cute. Mion was being surprisingly amicable. Normally, she would have flat out refused, but there's clearly something different about Mion today. It was like her usual tomboy demeanor had vanished or something. Our shadows moved side by side as we walked down the sunny road. The cries of the Higurashi echoed all around us.
どうしたミオン？
What's going on, Mion? It was bugging me, so I decided to ask more directly.
何が？
Huh? What are you talking about?
いや、元気がないみたいだから。
Well, you seem less energetic than usual.
別に。
Not really. Mion simply muttered that, then we returned to walking in silence. And then...
あのさ、
Hey,
何？
what is it? I opened my mouth again to ask about the subject that had been bothering me all day.
部活の時間に呼び出されただろ？
You got called out while we were in the middle of our club activity, right?
あれ、誰が来たんだ？
So, who came to visit you?
ああ、ちょっとね。
Oh, right. That's... well...
ちょっと、何？
that's what? Once she came back, she seemed completely drained. Reina noticed it too, and even asked Mion about it. It's been bothering me too for a while now.
もしかして、夕べのことか？
By any chance, was it about last night? The moment I said that, Mion took a deep breath and stopped. She turned to look around, then looked straight at me. It's those eyes again. Her eyes lit up just like that when she was asking Shion about our conversation on the night on Watanagashi.
夕べって。
About last night? Huh?
夕べのことって。何？
What's this about? Last night? I flinched the moment her eyes started glaring at me. The intensity felt like it was strangling me. Fear can sometimes drive people to do completely illogical things when faced with an opponent whose power vastly surpasses their own. So I recklessly opened my mouth again and kept asking.
だから、祭りの後に何か起きたのかなって。
You know, I'm wondering if maybe something happened after the festival.
ほら、たたりで人が変な死に方したり、急に行方不明になったりするって聞いたからさ。
I mean, there's that curse that causes people to mysteriously die or suddenly go missing, or so I've heard. Mion didn't say anything at all. Maybe she was feeling frustrated deep in the bottom of her heart. It was a rather naive and childish question. However, Mion continued intensely gazing at me.
誰から聞いた？
Who told you that? Huh?
誰から聞いた？
Who told you that? I struggled to answer her.
誰から？
Who was it?
誰から？
Who was it? Both of Mion's eyes were open incredibly wide. Bang! Mion released her grip on the shopping bag and slammed down on the ground. The contents of the bag spilled out and scattered across the street. For a moment, it felt like the world stopped moving. And then... they entered the Shadow Realm. A damp breeze blew a fishy aroma all around. Oh, sorry. Mion looked surprised when she finally noticed. Then she crouched down on the street and started collecting the scattered contents from the bag. Oh, it's alright. I helped Mion gather the groceries she dropped. Meanwhile, I didn't miss. Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, Mion idly said what she was already certain of.
シオンだね。
It was Shion, wasn't it? I couldn't say anything to the contrary.
そっか。やっぱり。
I see. I thought so.
あいつ、余計なこと。
She should have kept her mouth shut. She spit out those words like a curse.
ミオン、別にシオンは。
Mion, Shion wasn't really... But I couldn't figure out what else to say.
行かないで。
Away.
Eh?
Huh? All of a sudden, Mion said something, but it was too quiet for me to hear it. I turned to look straight toward Mion, and although she was still looking downward, I could see her mouth moving. What was it? Or what is it? Mion, what are you saying?
シオンに。もう、近づかないで。
Stay away from Shion. The weight of those words crushed me. In a flash, the distance between our faces shrank, and Mion's sharp eyes were clearly visible. It felt like I was trapped by an ominous shroud of darkness. Couldn't move.
シオンにはもう近づいちゃダメだから。
You'd better keep your distance from Shion. I nodded to her, terrified, but I couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Mion's eyes turned back to normal. In the next moment, Mion was cackling out loud.
ケイちゃん
Ki-chan? Huh?
その格好
Just look at you. I finally noticed that I had fallen back onto my butt and was sitting in the middle of the road. How undignified.
カエルみたいだよ
You're lying there like a frog. Frog boy, frog boy. A frog.
ひっくり返って腹出したカエル
Like a frog flipped over on his back. Mion was wrong with laughter. This was the normal Mion, right? Mion and I gathered all the groceries that spilled out, then resumed our walk toward Rina's house. After walking for a while, Mion began to speak in a quiet voice.
ケイちゃん、
Ki-chan,
ケイちゃんは私の仲間だからね。
Ki-chan, you're my friend, right? I was taking a sip of water and then water like splashed into my fucking eye. Ow. Like underneath my glasses too somehow. Ah, I'm dying. Okay, Mion turned to me and smiled after saying that, then continued.
落ち着いたら全部話す。
Once things have calmed down, I'll tell you everything.
約束する。
I promise.
だからもうシオンに近づかないでね。
So, try to stay away from Shion.
Oh.
Right. Couldn't say anything more. When she saw that, Mion looked downward, hiding her expression.
おいたが過ぎるね、シオンも。
Shion takes her pranks too far.
あんまり嗅ぎ回るようなら仕方ないね。
But if she keeps poking around, guess it can't be helped. It can't be helped. As she said that, it felt like Mion's shadow was creeping ever closer. The cry of the Higurashi echoed around me once again. Spooky. That's right. I bought the new manga recently. I looked around my room hoping to find where I left it. If Mom was around, she'd probably nag me saying, "You're reading manga again? Go study." Parents just don't understand. Manga is a Japanese tradition, harkening back to the work of Utamaro and Hiroshige. Shige? But even if I tried explaining that to her, she wouldn't listen. Manga is a part of Japanese culture. I'm confident that overseas markets will benefit from the introduction of Japanese manga. I feel like the time for that isn't far off. I was absentmindedly pondering those trivial thoughts. I just got home a little while ago. I was starting to feel sorry for Mion after the penalty she got stuck with, so I helped her carry half her bags. We walked through Hinamizawa side by side, carrying those huge shopping bags. We carried the bags to Rina's house, but she was out on an errand. I was hoping for a chance to show Rina the enormous bags Mion was carrying and say, "Please, ask for a little more." But it seems we missed our opportunity for that. After that, I walked Mion back to the Sonozaki house, then came home. However, on the way to Rina's house, I broached the subject of what happened after the festival. It was careless of me. In other words, I was asking Mion about the curse, the topic I knew she had no interest in discussing. Admittedly, I never stopped being interested in the story. Not since the night of the festival, when I spoke with Shion along the riverside and she told me about the victims so far. But there's nothing admirable about asking someone about a topic they'd rather not discuss. But even so, I focused on the last thing Mion said. She seemed especially upset that I had heard about the curse from Shion. What on earth did she mean by that?
おいたが過ぎるね、シオンも。
Shion takes her pranks too far.
あんまり嗅ぎ回るようなら仕方ないね。
But if she keeps poking around, I guess it can't be helped. What prank was she referring to? What was Shion poking around in? When I looked at Mion's shadow, it felt like I could see the heat radiating out of her, but was that just my imagination? The cries of the Higurashi continued to ring aloud and only compounded my insecurity. Suddenly, I noticed the bag from the bookstore lying on its side under my desk. Aha! That's the one I just bought. Finally time for me to have some alone time reading my favorite manga. I heard the phone ringing downstairs. I debated if I should just keep reading. I scratched the back of my head while thinking it over, then closed the book.
はい、もしもし。
Yes? Hello?
もしもし、ケイちゃん？
Hello? Is that Yuki-chan?
私だよ。
It's Mion. It was Mion, who I had only just parted with.
あれ、今何してたの？
Oh, were you in the middle of something just now? Even if she asked, I didn't necessarily have to tell her.
漫画？
Manga? Manga? Question mark. Were you reading manga? Huh?
出たばかりの新刊読んでたのかな？
The new issue just came out. Have you read it yet? How did she know all that? I immediately started looking all around me.
それでケイちゃん、今は慌ててキョロキョロしてると。
Now I bet you're restlessly looking around, Ki-chan. Is she watching me from somewhere? It's impossible. I felt irritated and embarrassed.
何の用だよ。
What do you want?
俺をからかって楽しいのか？
Did you call just to make fun of me?
怒った？
Oh, did I upset you?
ごめん、ふざけちゃったね。
Sorry, I was just joking around. Ah, guess I was being a little blunt there.
あのさ、ちょっと今から会えるかな？
Anyway, can we meet up soon?
なんだ？さっき会ったばかりなのに。
What for? Didn't we just meet up a little while ago?
さっきって？
A little while ago.
なんだよ。レナのうちの分とミオンのうちの分の買い物すごかったから。
Oh
片方
man.
持ってやったんじゃない？
Oh man. What's the deal? We spent all that time carrying those shopping bags, walking to Rena's house and then to your house, didn't we? I didn't expect them to be so heavy.
あ、そうだったね。
It's almost as if that's maybe not Mion. Oh, right.
なんだよ。俺にそんなに会いたいってか？
What is it then? You want to see me that much? I tried to joke around with her, but for some reason, Mion didn't respond with a comeback like usual. She just remained silent.
あれ、ミオン、
Huh? Mion?
どうした？
Is something wrong?
ううん、
No,
なんでもない。
it's nothing. But she seemed unusually ill-tempered. Was she really feeling okay?
で、なんだ？
Then what's up?
何か話してもあるのか？
Did you have something to talk about?
ごめんね。
Sorry,
電話じゃちょっと。
I can't really say over the phone. Was it something so important that she didn't feel comfortable discussing it over the phone? I thought about what kind of topics she wouldn't want to talk about over the phone, and I could only think of one. I debated if it would be better not to say anything, but in the end I spoke up.
もしかしてた
By
たりの話か？
any chance, is it about the curse? She felt silent for a moment.
もし、そうだとしたら、
What if it was? Even if she said yes, what was I expecting?
話、聞きたくない？
You don't want to hear about it? I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to hear it, but I thought Mion didn't want to talk about it. So, why did she suddenly change her mind? Did something happen to her?
もし嫌なら別にいいよ。
If you don't want to, that's fine.
無理にとは言わないし。
I won't force you. Hold on, I never said that. That I didn't want to talk about it. Still,
じゃあ、沖宮の図書館まで来て。
then meet me at the Okinomiya library. I had no choice but to reply okay. I felt an invisible but overbearing power coming from the other end of the receiver. I flew off on my bike, and as I pedaled my bike, I kept thinking,
でもなんでわざわざ沖宮の図書館なんだ？
but why go to all the trouble of meeting at the Okinomiya library? Is it something we can't discuss around here? Are you planning to reveal some deep, deep secret? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious I started to feel. When I arrived at the library, Mion was waiting for me at the entrance.
ケイちゃん。
Kei-chan! I waved in response to Mion, then fixated on what she was wearing.
何？
What is it?
なんかついてる？
Something wrong?
いや、何も。
No, it's nothing. She was dressed in her casual clothes, but aside from that, she didn't look any different.
ミオン、
Mion,
夕飯の準備はもう終わったのか？
did you already finish making dinner? Mion looked puzzled for a moment.
どうして？
Why do you ask? Since she did all that shopping earlier, I figured she'd make something substantial for dinner tonight.
はあ、終わって出てきたとこ。
Right. I finished that up and then came out here. Mion spoke lightly, like it was no big deal. But was it really possible for her to make dinner that fast?
うちのおふくろも料理上手だけど。
My mom is pretty good at cooking too, but even with expert level skill, that volume of raw materials would require an impossibly large amount of effort to prepare.
そんなことないって。
It's not like that.
材料は多いけど、二人暮らしだからね。
There are a lot of ingredients, but only 2 of us live there.
私とバッチャと。
Me and Granny. Come to think of it, she did say something like that a while ago.
で、話して。
So, you wanted to talk about something? I looked straight at Mion.
うん。
Yeah.
ケイちゃんが思ってる通り、お社様のたたりの話だよ。
It's just as you thought, Ki-chan. It's about the curse of Oyashiro-sama. A cold breeze suddenly blew past, and a cold light came pouring out of Mion's eyes. With an intense, beastly light hiding underneath, just like when we were walking home together earlier. I continued staring at Mion. Why did she suddenly decide to talk about it if she hated the subject so much? Not sure if Mion was frustrated with my lack of response, but she furrowed her brow like she was in a bad mood.
嫌ならやめよう。
We don't have to if you don't want to. My attitude seemed to be upsetting her. Mion's expression was looking more and more fed up.
いや、その。
No,
あの話をするの嫌がってたはずなのに、どうしたのかなって。
it's just that you seem so opposed to talking about it.
何かあったのか？
Did something happen?
別に
Oh, really?
聞きたくないならいいよ。
If you don't want to hear it, that's okay. Mion's expression grew more grim, like I had hurt her feelings. There's no reason not to hear it. I still had no idea what was going on with Mion, but frankly, I was glad that she was willing to talk about it. And more than anything, I was deeply interested in learning more about those frightening events.
待てよ、ミオン。
Wait, Mion,
どうなの？
what is it?
聞くの？聞かないの？
Do you want to hear it or not? Her eyes were cold, like she was looking down on me. I began to sulk the moment I saw those eyes. I've come this far. Can't turn back now, can I?
聞きたいに決まってるだろ。
Of course I want to hear it.
そのために来たんだから。
That's why I came all the way out here.
じゃ、中で話そうか。
Then let's talk inside. Mion led the way as we entered the library. The lounge looked vacant, so took a seat in the corner. Mion surveyed the area once again to make sure nobody else was around, then turned to me.
二度と同じこと言わない。
I'm never going to say any of this again,
だから、よく聞いて。
so listen carefully. A chill ran through me. My blood froze over as she stared into me.
聞き返してもいけないってことか。
So, I can't ask any follow-up questions?
してほしくない。
I'd rather you not.
詮索もしないでほしい。
I don't want this turning into an investigation.
ちょっと待てよ、ミオン。
Hold on, Mion.
詮索されたくないってどういう意味だよ。
What do you mean by investigation?
ここで聞いたことを調べたり、他の誰かに確かめたり、絶対にするなってこと。
I don't want you to go prying into anything you heard here, or asking anyone else about it. Spooky. I wanted to speak up, but I held back. After all, responding to questions seemed simple enough. But I got the feeling there would be details to call attention to during the story. Surely some questions will arise during the hour or so she's going to spend telling me the story. At any rate, even if I'm allowed to answer questions, even if I'm not allowed to question people about it, there are probably written materials recorded somewhere that I could research. Plus, I get the feeling that I need to learn about this in order to properly become a part of this village. Thinking about it, human being are simple creatures with an innate interest in matters like this. What is still hidden? What on earth are they trying to hide?
わかった。約束する。
I understand. I promise.
ここで聞いた話を絶対に詮索しない。
No matter what you tell me here, I'll never investigate it any further.
誰かに聞こうとしない。
And I certainly won't ask anyone about it.
これでいいだろう。
Is that sufficient? Mion nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, that was the second time today I made a promise to Mion. I promised to stay away from Shion. And then I promised not to investigate the story any further. Was there some contradiction between the two? Or an inconsistency?
これからする話、お社様のたたりの話なんだよな。
So, you wanted to talk about the curse of Oishiro-sama?
つまり、綿流しの後、何かが起きた。
In other words...
そういうことなんだよな。
Oops. In other words, does that mean something happened after Watanagashi?
今年も何かが起きて、誰かが犠牲になった。
Did something happen again this year? Was there another sacrifice? Mion carefully looked into my eyes, then slowly began to speak.
あのね、富武さんが綿流しのお祭りの晩、
Well, on the night of the Watanagashi festival, Tomitake-san,
どうやら死んだらしい。
apparently, he died. What?
間違いなく死んだって。
Indeed. There's no mistaking it. He's dead.
バッチャから聞いてさ。
I heard it from Granny. My mind went blank. What? Huh? What happened to Tomitake-san? I promised not to ask any questions, so I repeated it over and over inside my head. What happened to Tomitake-san? What happened to Tomitake-san? What happened to Tomitake-san? That question repeated over and over inside my head, throbbing at the back of my ears. I could hear it bouncing back and forth, echoing and echoing. What happened to Tomitake-san? Suddenly, Mion put a hand on my shoulder. Even though that caused my entire body to stiffen, Mion moved her face closer and continued.
ケイちゃん、どういう意味かわかるよね。
Ki-chan, you understand what that means, don't you? What was she getting at? I didn't understand. Why did he die? What killed him? Was there a reason for it? Mion said that he died on the day of Watanagashi. In other words, it's this year's curse of Oishiro-sama. It happened again.
そう。あったの。
That's right. It happened.
富武さん、死んでしまったの。
Tomitake-san died. No, that's crazy. That's unbelievable. You can't just say something like that so coldly, like it was nothing. Don't you remember our fun parting farewell? How can you remain calm while saying that? Even so, what was the meaning of this? What the hell happened? Indeed, my head was still shaking from all the questions swirling around inside, but Mion started giving me more details about the incident involving Tomitake-san. He was first discovered by a police officer who had just finished up guard duty at the festival and was about to head home. It was late at night, around 5 minutes before midnight. The location was around the point where the road to town turned into a paved road. It was near the end of the road, where it starts sloping downhill.
月明かり以外は車のライトしかない暗闇の中だったって。
The car's headlights were the only source of light in the area, aside from the moonlight. I already knew that. There are hardly any street lights in that area.
その車のライトの中にいきなり血まみれの死体が浮かび上がったの。
They suddenly noticed his corpse when the headlights revealed it. If that car hadn't driven by, it probably wouldn't have been discovered until morning. It must have been pure coincidence that they found Tomitake-san. Just imagining it creeped me out. Tomitake-san lying down on the road in a puddle of blood, with blood and filth spread all across the asphalt. The police initially suspected he was hit by a car. However, when they went to check if he was still alive, they immediately noticed something peculiar.
喉がね、ズタズタに引き裂かれていた。
His throat was completely torn open. With a knife? Even though I wanted to say that, my welling disgust kept me from speaking up. Even so, my thoughts were completely conveyed. Mion had been averting her gaze, but she suddenly looked up at me.
自分の爪で。
With his own nails. Nails? What? The nails on his fingertips?
ガリガリ、ガリガリ、ガリガリ、ガリガリって。
Scrape, 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 scrape. Like that. Scraping? That awful sound echoed inside my head. Scrape, 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 scrape. In other words, Tomitake-san wasn't murdered. It was suicide? The police had reached the same conclusion. I quietly thought it over. Shortly after parting with us, Tomitake-san started scratching his throat with his own fingernails. He scratched so hard it tore his throat apart. Even after he broke the skin and blood came pouring out, Tomitake-san still wouldn't stop, scraping and scraping.
爪がほとんど剥げていたそうだよ。
His nails were almost entirely peeled off. Peeled off? Scraping away with incredible force and scraping even more? And then scraping away at his veins and arteries? Pop! Scrape! Spraying blood all around him, with blood pouring out of his mouth, vomiting it out. And then he fell to the ground, having convulsions, suffocating. Despite the particularly abnormal cause of death, there were no traces of any drugs in his body.
薬物中毒じゃないのか?
It wasn't drug-induced? Mion calmly shook her head in response. But could he really have committed suicide? I've never heard of anything like this. It's not normal. It's not a normal way to die. What is there even to say about a death so mysterious? Among all the deaths in the past 5 years, this is the one that most resembles a curse. The surrounding area was unusual too. A piece of lumber was laying by the corpse's feet. Traces of Tomotaki-san's blood were found on the piece of wood, and the scar tissue on his hand matched the square shape of the lumber. There were signs that the surrounding trees and guardrail were struck with it. Tomotaki-san's blood stains were scattered all around them. So, what does that mean?
富武さんはね、喉を爪でかきむしりながら
Even as Tomotaki-san was clawing at his throat with his nails,
血を滴らせて血まみれになりながら
while blood was pouring out and dripping all over him,
角材を片手で振り回していたということ。
he was swinging a piece of lumber around with his other hand for some reason. Was he trying to defend himself from someone? Mion silently nodded to me. On top of that, there were several scars spread across his body.
富武さんは何者かに暴行を受けたらしい。しかもたくさんの人間たちに寄ってたかって。
Seems like Tomotaki-san was assaulted by someone. In fact, it was probably several people. Tomotaki-san was surrounded by people and fought back. He tried running down the dimly lit road, but once it became clear that he couldn't escape, he fought back using that piece of lumber. All the while, Tomotaki-san was deliriously scratching at his throat, scraping and scraping. And then, he died. The silence felt like it would go on forever. Then, Mion suddenly lifted the heavy curtain of silence, with another inconceivable thing to say.
おかげで私たちまた疑われてるんだよ。
Thanks to that, all of us are being investigated as suspects. She said that quietly. Suspects? What? Who? What for? Why? After hearing the whole story about Tomotaki-san's horrific death, hearing that follow-up comment with no context had me doubting my ears.
今までの事件は全部園崎家が裏で糸を引いてるんじゃないかって警察にね。
The police believe that the Sonozaki family has been pulling the strings behind the scenes for all the incidents up until now.
綿流しの夜の事件の被害者は全員園崎家にとって不都合な人たちばっかりだったから。
Because all the victims on the night of Watanagashi were causing trouble for the Sonozaki family. Come to think of it, all the incidents so far did benefit the Sonozaki family. Throughout Hinamazawa's history, all the victims so far have been people connected to the dam war.
毎年綿流しの日に旧敵がそれだけで十分に疑われる。
It happens to an enemy every year on the day of Watanagashi. That alone is enough to draw suspicion. Thinking back on it, first it was the dam construction manager. Next, the villagers who supported the dam. People who supported the dam construction project were dying mysteriously, one after another. The cause of death varied, but the victims were all supporters. In other words, they were all opponents of the Sonozaki family. There's no solid evidence, only rumors and circumstantial evidence to support it. But it certainly seemed difficult to just laugh it off. But hold on, what about the shrine priest and his wife, who were next to die?
園崎家とは関係が薄い。
Aren't they only remotely connected to the Sonozaki family?
そう。薄い。
Right.
薄いのに。
Right. Only remotely. What? I suddenly noticed a hint of sadness in Mion's eyes, but I could see the cold light of malediction in there as well.
その家の主婦は撲殺されたの。
Next is the housewife, who was beaten to death. I already knew that story. Shion told me about the incident.
確かその家の子が その後に消えてしまったんだよな。
Afterwards, a boy from that family went missing, right?
その子はね、去年まで私たちと同じ学校にいたんだ。
That boy actually went to the same school as us until last year. Went to the same school as us until last year?
名前は北条聡君。
His name was Satoshi Hojo-kun.
同じクラスにいたんだ。
We were in the same class.
聡子のお兄さんなの。
Satoko's older brother. The air around me suddenly grew thin. My lips were quivering. I felt like a goldfish separated from the fishbowl, desperately struggling to breathe. Satoko's grief-stricken eyes flashed before me, then dissipated. Unbelievable. Satoko lost her brother to the curse? Even the people close to me are being caught up in this so-called curse? I began to tremble. My head was rapidly spinning. Hold on. Toмотaki-san has an even weaker connection. He's not related to the damn conflict at all. Isn't it strange for an outsider to be killed for no reason?
そういうこと。
Indeed.
初めこそダム工事関係者に偏っていた。
At first, the targets were predominantly related to the dam construction project.
だけど時が経つにつれて犠牲者の関係した度合いは希薄になってきている。
But as time went on, the victims started getting less and less connected to the conflict.
つまりそれは
So, in other words, it doesn't matter if you're related to the dam project or not, as long as you're an enemy of the Sonozaki family? It's possible that Satoshi was an enemy of the Sonozaki family too. Maybe he learned one of the Sonozaki's family's secrets or something like that. And so he had to be eliminated. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't been able to speak up for a while now. I could barely even bring myself to swallow the spit in the back of my throat. Even after I managed to swallow it, the sound of the gulp echoed inside my ears. False accusations, baseless suspicion, and outrageous theories. But wait, is that really a false accusation? Is it so baseless? I stared intently at Mion, but she immediately averted her gaze. Was Satoshi erased because he learned something he shouldn't know? Could Toмотaki-san's death have something to do with it too? And what about me? Am I starting to become a nuisance for the Sonozaki family?
なんでそんなことを俺に話したんだ？
Why are you telling me all this?
そう簡単に話せない理由を知っていてほしかったんだ。
I wanted you to understand why it's so difficult to talk about this.
でもこのことは部活のみんなには絶対に内緒だよ。
But you absolutely must keep this a secret from the other club members. Why keep it a secret?
みんながたたりに過敏になっている。
Everyone is really sensitive when it comes to the curse.
自分にその害が及ばないようにってね。
So don't let that come back to bite you, okay? I responded with a vague nod. Indeed, it was pretty clear from the atmosphere that everyone wanted to avoid the topic, but...
それに特に聡子の前ではこんな話したくない。
Also, I especially don't want you to bringing it up in front of Satoko. That seemed obvious. Nobody would want to talk about a curse that took their brother away from them. Still.
わかった？
Got it?
だからここで会って話をしたことも誰にも絶対に内緒だからね。
So, everything we've discussed here absolutely must remain a secret from everyone.
もし約束を破ったらケイちゃんはきっと後悔する。
If you break that promise, I'm sure you'll regret it, Ki-chan. Mion's eyes radiated like a sword made of ice. A chill ran through me. There was nothing I could do to defend against her gaze.
わかった。
Got it.
ここであったことは秘密にする。
I'll keep everything we discussed here to myself.
絶対に約束する。
I promise. I swear it. Just then, I heard the announcement that it was closing time. Closing time. Time for miracles. Okay, Mion and I made our way out of the library.
おじさんさ、これから親戚のところに行かないといけないんだ。
This old man needs to go meet up with some family members now. After saying that, Mion and I waved to each other in front of the library and started walking in opposite directions. The next moment, I heard a familiar voice calling out to me. Keiichi-kun! I spun around in a flash. Rina was sitting on her bike. The basket on her bike was full of shopping bags.
どうしたのこんなところで。
What are you doing all the way out here?
あ、いや、
Oh, well,
たまには図書館もいいかなってさ。
I thought it'd be nice to visit the library once in a while.
へえ。
Wow.
なんだよその顔は。
What's with that face?
ここって涼しくていいところだもんね。
It's a nice, cool place to hang out, isn't it?
それにタダだしな。
Plus, it's free.
そうだね。
That's true.
じゃあまた明日な。
Anyway, see you tomorrow. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, so I tried heading towards the bike rack, but Rena moved in front to block me.
どうしてそんなに慌ててるのかな？
Why are you in such a hurry? Hurry.
慌ててなんかないぞ。
I'm not in a hurry or anything.
ふーん、そうかな。かな。
Really? Really?
暗くなってきたしさ。早く帰ろうかなって思っただけだ。
I just thought I should head home soon since it's starting to get dark.
じゃあ一緒に帰ろうよ。
Then shall we go together? She lightly tilted her head and looked me straight in the eyes. I could clearly see the suspicion in her eyes.
なんだよ。
What is it? She was just quietly looking at me, but somehow it made me feel uncomfortable.
図書館で何してたのかなって。
What you were doing at the library?
勉強だよ勉強。
Studying. I was studying. I quietly looked in the direction of the library as I said that. Mion was already long gone. My conversation with Mion was still nagging at me. What was she thinking, sharing such a serious secret with me? Mion seemed concerned that the police suspected her. That much was fine. I'll do whatever I can to help her, but even so, if you could get eliminated in the name of the curse for the crime of learning something better left unknown, something the Sonozaki family didn't want people knowing, then would I be the next one to be eliminated?
ねえケイチくん、
Hey, Keiichi-kun,
誰かと一緒にいなかったかな？
weren't you here with someone? With someone? Huh?
さっき誰かと一緒にいたような気がしたんだけど。
It just seemed like you were here with someone earlier.
一人だよ。
I came alone.
本当？
Such a bad liar. Really?
本当だよ。
Really?
でも
But
でもなんだよ。
what?
髪の長い女の子が隣にいたような気がしたから。
I thought I saw a girl with long hair standing next to you. She saw that? In that case, my deceit was all for naught. So I started thinking.
あれは隣に座ってた人。
Oh, right. That was, the person sitting next to me.
ふーん、そうなんだ。
Is that so? Rena carefully looked me up and down.
なんだよ。
What is it?
だって座ってたのが隣でも一緒に出てくるのかなって。
I was just thinking, even if you were sitting together, why would the two of you walk out together?
たまたま一緒に出てきたんだよ。
She's gonna freak out on him. It was just coincidence that we happened to walk out at the same time.
嘘。
Liar.
ケイチくん、あの女の子と絶対前から知り合いだったはずだよ。
Keiichi-kun, you've known that girl for a while, haven't you?
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
How did you know?
だってケイチくんの動きとても自然だったもん。
Because you were acting so carefree around her, Keiichi-kun.
俺はいつでも自然だぞ。
I'm always acting carefree.
うん。
I'm
でも
always
だったら
smooth.
おかしいね。
I'm always fucking smooth with it. What are you talking about? Yeah, but in this case, it wouldn't make sense.
俺のどこがおかしいって言うんだ。
What wouldn't make sense?
知らない人と会ってるのにどうしてあんなに自然なのかな。
Would you really be acting so carefree around a complete stranger? I was shocked.
だってケイチくん自意識過剰なところがあるから。
After all, Keiichi-kun, you're far too self-conscious for that.
知らない人といると動きがギクシャクするんだよ。
You tend to get shaky around people you don't know. Indeed, I do have some trouble talking to people that I haven't met before.
それに
Also,
ケイチくん嘘つくと鼻がピクピクするもん。
Keiichi-kun, your nose tends to tweak when you're telling a lie. What? I held my hand to my nose. Do I really do that? Then Rena suddenly started giggling.
引っかかり
Gotcha! Huh? She got me.
知らない人じゃなかったんでしょ
It was someone you knew after all, wasn't it? I could hardly make a sound in response. So, as a last resort,
実はさ、彼女も同い年で話が合っちゃってさ。
actually, she's the same age as me, so it was easy to get a conversation going.
最近友達になったんだ。
And we recently became friends. I took my lie even further.
沖宮の子
Is she from Okinomiya? I nodded in response to Rena's question.
そうらしい。
I believe so.
どこの学校だって
What school is she in? Huh? I don't know the middle schools in Okinomiya. I desperately thought it over and tried to find something to say.
いや、聞いてないな。
Well, she never told me.
どこの学校も聞かずに
You never asked what school she goes to?
おかしいな
Isn't that strange? Oh, huh? Isn't that strange? Rena unnaturally tilted her head to the side. Then, she looked at me with a big grin.
嘘だよやっぱり
Oh god, that's a lie. I'm sure of it. I finally realized that Rena had me completely ensnared in her trap. But I still couldn't tell her I was with Mion.
分かった？
Got it?
だからここで会って話をしたことも誰にも絶対に内緒だからね。
So, everything we discussed here absolutely must remain a secret from everyone.
もし約束を破ったらケイちゃんはきっと後悔する。
If you break that promise, I'm sure you'll regret it, Ki-chan. My promise to Mion was still echoing in the back of my head. My face must look painfully distorted. I was desperately thinking of how to get out of here. Then, Rena suddenly burst out laughing.
ケイチくん冗談だよ
Getchikun, I'm just joking around. Bang. She gave me a good hard pat on the shoulder. What?
ひょっとして一目惚れ
Could it be love at first sight?
いや、
Huh? No.
わかった
Okay, I understand.
これ以上は聞かないでおくね
I won't pry any further. What was she implying?
でも意外だなケイチくん
But it's a little unexpected, Ketchikun. Unexpected. What is so unexpected?
大丈夫だよ
It's alright.
レナ誰にも言わないから
Rena won't tell anyone. Rena let out one more laugh as she straddled her bike, then smiled while driving off.
おい、レナ、
Hey, Rena!
ちょっと待てって。
Hold on! I rushed over to my bike. Then, we pedaled our bikes toward Hinamazawa together. Rena continued laughing and making fun of me along the way. At any rate, I somehow managed to succeed in keeping my secret. But no matter how loud Rena was talking and laughing, I could still hear the word curse ringing inside my head. The entire time I spent riding my bike home, I was filled with regret. I wish Mion had never told me that story. Bah. I'm gonna have to throw up a BRB. I gotta go to the restroom and get some more water. So, I'm gonna throw up a BRB. I will be right back. Let me see what this loads into. See, it doesn't do any speaking. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Kind of awkward. There was no background music while that was happening. Okay. Here we go. Back into it. The classroom felt quiet all morning. Was that really the case? Or did the day just feel that way since Mion wasn't here today? I wasn't really sure. Mion always has a strong presence, there's no doubt about that. But regardless, she's absent today. Apparently she caught a particularly stubborn cold. Club activities are usually suspended anytime Mion is out. However, since she'd been out for a few days, we eventually start club activities up again. Everyone loves our club activities. Everyone was thinking the same thing. We wanted to hear Mion making a ruckus again, as soon as possible. With Mion out, my chances of victory should have been much higher. But I've been losing a lot recently. I just couldn't concentrate. I kept thinking about Mion. And that's extended beyond just club activities too. That feeling has plagued me throughout my daily life for the past few days. And today was a particularly low point. For better or worse, the stories I've heard left me far too exhausted to endure a penalty. Today's punishment game will have to be postponed until next time. That's what allowed me to escape a penalty today. Once again, Rina and I had to head home alone. Even though Mion couldn't come, the Higurashi were still crying out like usual. No matter who's gone, the Higurashi will continue to cry out, no matter what happens the day before. Right? Isn't that the case?
どうしたのケイチくん。
What's wrong, Kechi-kun?
遠い目になってるよ。
You've got a vacant look in your eyes.
何？
Huh? What?
レナが聞いてるんだよ。
Would you like to talk to Rina about it?
なんか考え事かな
Are you thinking about something? Something?
いや、別に。
No, not really.
次の罰ゲームが怖いのかな
Are you worried about the next punishment game? Are you?
そんなとこかな。
Something like that. Rina was bringing up unusually random topics. The conversation felt like Rina wasn't acting like herself. Maybe she was starting to get suspicious of me. Or maybe there was just no space left in my head to process Rina's small talk.
そういえば最近ケイチくん部活負けっぱなしだね。
Come to think of it, Kechi-kun, you've been losing a lot in our club activities these days.
なんか調子出なくてさ。
Something must have thrown me off my game.
じゃあようか
Then, pickles?
なんて言った？
Huh? What are you talking about?
だからねケイチくんが調子出るようにお漬物でも差し入れようかって。
Kechi-kun, if you're feeling out of sorts, I'll try to cheer you up by bringing over some of those pickles. That's the worst thing you could do, Rina. Pickles suck.
前に美味しいって言ってくれたから。
Because you told me before that they were delicious. Delicious.
ああ、サンキュー。
Oh, sure. Thanks. Mion, or rather, that story I heard from Mion has been stuck inside my head ever since I first heard it.
ケイチくんってば。
Kechi-kun! Hey, Kechi-kun! Rina was still talking to me. She'll probably be disappointed in me if I ignore her. But I just couldn't bring myself to focus on that.
そういえばさ、
By the way,
富武さんの話
have you
何
heard
か聞いた？
have you heard anything about Tomatake-san? Tomatake-san. Tomatake-san.
どうして？
Why would you ask that?
レナのところにね、来たの。
A visitor came to Rina's house earlier.
警察の人が。
It was a police officer. Tomatake-san's story. Why would the police be asking Rina about that?
レナ、そいつはどんな話を？
Rina, what were they asking about? The moment I said that, my voice was drowned out by the sound of a car horn. A black car had stopped right beside Rina and I. The car's imposing presence had me feeling on edge. Alarm bells were going off inside my head. A middle-aged man emerged from the car.
すみません。
Ah, pardon me.
はい。
Sure.
前原圭一さんですか？
Keiichi Maibara-san, I presume?
そうですけど。
That's right. Who is this old guy? I've never met him before, but despite that, he already knew my name. The atmosphere clearly felt abnormal. When I studied his features, he looked like a slightly pudgy but not quite overweight middle-aged man. He seemed the kind of person that could flex every muscle in his body in a crisis. His body seemed appropriate for an elderly judo master. At least, that's the impression I got. His voice sounded soft, but there was nothing sweet or carefree in his gaze. He was a type whose occupation was difficult to guess. No, I felt like there was a lot of occupations that would match his type.
ちょっと話があるんですけど、よろしいですか?
I have a few things to discuss. Would you mind? What's the best way to answer a sudden question like that? Just then, I felt a tug on my sleeve. It was Rina.
今日はね、一緒にお買い物なの。はう。
We're supposed to go shopping together today. How? Rina's comment was so abrupt, it took me a moment to figure out what she was getting at. But after Rina whispered that, I understood completely.
この人だよ。
This is him. When Rina said this is him, it was obvious that she was referring to someone in particular. This must be the detective that visited Rina, and Rina was doing her best to get me away from him. Would it be better to stick with Rina and decline this man's request? No!
こりゃとんだ邪魔者みたいですね。
Oh my, it sounds like I'm being a bother.
そうなっちゃいますね。
No, not at all.
いやいや申し訳ないです。
Oh my, I'm terribly sorry.
なるべく早くに済ませますからね。
I'll try to wrap this up as soon as possible, okay? No.
はあ。
Sure.
でも何のご用ですか?
But what are you doing here?
私は沖宮署の大石と申します。
My name is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station.
ああ。大石さんですか?
I see. Oishi-san, is it?
お話の内容についてはお隣の竜宮レナさんから伺ってませんか?
Have you heard any stories from this the girl right next to you, Rina Ryugu-san?
特に何も。
Nothing in particular.
な、レナ。
Right, Rina?
何も話してません。
I haven't told him anything.
誰にも話すなって言われましたから。
I was specifically told not to discuss it with anyone.
それはいい心がけです。
You were pretty sharp.
こちらとしては助かります。
You've been a big help.
で、その同じ話を前原さんにもさせてもらえないかと。
But I wonder if I'll hear the same story from Maibara-san over here.
お願いできませんかね?
Would you please oblige?
今じゃないとダメなんですか?
Does it have to be right now?
お買い物だよね。
We still need to go shopping, right? Right? Rina continued to pressure him, but despite his soft appearance, this Detective Oishi was still reluctant to give a yes or no answer. No.
竜宮さん、お気持ちはわかりますがね。今日のところは前原さんをお借りできませんか?
Ryugu-san, I understand how you feel, but can I borrow Maibara-san just for today?
ねえ前原さん。
Is that alright, Maibara-san?
お願いしますよ。
Please? It seemed impossible to get away from this guy, so I gave Rina a subtle wink. Rina looked a bit uneasy, but she lightly nodded in response.
わかりました。お話を伺います。
Understood. I'm willing to talk.
レナ、悪い。
I'm sorry, Rina.
先に帰ってくれ。
You'll have to head home without me.
うん、わかった。
Okay, I understand.
また明日ね。ね。
See you tomorrow, okay?
助かります。
Been a big help.
お邪魔しちゃってすみません。これも仕事なんでね。
Sorry to bother you, but this is business.
うん。
Once Rina started heading home, I entered Oishi-san's car. Oh, he got in the car. It was nice and cool inside the car. In fact, it was rather cold. This must be a luxury car to have an air conditioner like that. Or maybe it's just my dad's car that doesn't have AC.
冷えすぎだったら言ってくださいよ。
Let me know if it gets too cold, alright?
私、ガンガンに冷やしちゃうたちですから。
Because I like it particularly chilly.
ああ。
Sure. The conversation was progressing at Oishi-san's pace. I was a little annoyed, but I couldn't think of anything I could do to fight it.
すみませんね、急な話で。
Pardon me for speaking to you so suddenly. No. It felt like this detective was able to read everything inside my heart. At this point, I was having trouble figuring out what kind of person he was. However, I got the general impression it would be best not to make an enemy of him. Oishi-san swiftly pulled a notebook out of his breast pocket and began flipping through it, then pulled out a photo sandwiched between the pages. It looked like a driver's license photo or something, and I could see the expressionless face of a man. Then, I began to tremble, because I recognized that face.
この男性のことでご存知のことがあったら教えてください。
Please tell me if you know anything about this man.
竜宮レナさんはじめ前原さんもお知り合いのはずですよね。
According to Rina Ryugu-san, you're already acquainted with this man, right, Maibara-san?
これ富武さん。
That's Tomatake-san. Why would this detective come all this way to ask me about Tomatake-san? What was he trying to accomplish?
ちなみに彼、祭りの夜から失踪しています。
Incidentally, this man disappeared on the night of the festival.
最後に会った時のことを聞かせてもらえませんかね。
Could you tell me about the last time you saw him?
祭りの夜に会ったのが最後ですけど。
I last saw him on the night of the festival, but
それきり会ってないんですね。
you haven't seen him since then?
ええ。
Right.
そうですか。
Is that so? Oishi-san scribbled something in his notebook as he listened. I wonder what he's writing down. Are those investigation notes?
それで前原さん、
So, Maibara-san.
あなたはこの男性が失踪するような理由、何か心当たりありますか？
Can you think of any reason why this man might have disappeared?
いえ、
No,
全くありません。
I can't think of anything.
人から恨まれていたとか、男女関係で揉め事を起こしていたとか。
Did anyone have a grudge against him? Maybe a rocky romantic relationship?
些細なことで構いませんよ。
Even if it's something completely mundane, I don't mind.
何かこの人について教えてくださいよ。
Please, tell me something about this man.
粘着質な性格で、女性からは相当嫌われていたっていうような話も耳にしてるんですがね。
I heard he had a bit of a clingy personality and wasn't popular with the ladies.
もしかしたらストーカーまがいのことをして逆恨みで
Oh,
も
shit,
されて
talking
たか
Tomatake.
な。
Maybe he was a bit of a stalker and that garnered some resentment?
富武さんはそんな人じゃないです。
Tomatake-san isn't like that. Oishi-san was speaking far too brazenly of the deceased. You could only take false accusations so far. Felt like he was disrespecting a dead man, and I wanted to stand up for him. However, I quickly regretted getting so fired up over nothing.
いえ、すみません。
No, I'm sorry.
つい。
I got carried away.
でも本当に富武さんはみんなの人気者でした。
But honestly, everyone really liked Tomatake-san.
殺されるような理由なんて全く思い当たらない。
I can't think of anyone who'd have a reason to kill him. Right then, Oishi-san raised an eyebrow. That moment, I realized the error in what I had just said.
おや？
Oh my.
彼が殺されたことをどうして知っているんですか？
How did you know that he was killed? I cursed myself, but it was far too late.
私は失踪したと言いました。
I said he disappeared.
でもあなたは今はっきりと殺されたと言った。
But just now, I clearly heard you say he was killed. My regret at slipping up must have been written all over my face. Oishi-san's face twisted into a grin. Oishi-san seemed to have discerned something from my momentary reaction.
確かに富武さんは亡くなっています。
It's true, Tomatake-san is dead.
でもこの件は警察内の秘匿事項のはずなんですがね。
But this case is strictly confidential, so that information should only be available to the police, right?
誰からその話を聞きましたか？
So, who did you hear that from? I struggled to find the words to respond. There's no way I can tell him I heard it from Mion. The police are already starting to suspect Mion, so if I dropped her name here, the consequences could be disastrous. Just say you killed him. I killed him. That's what a real bro would do. While I sat in silence, Oishi-san spoke up to move things along.
園崎美音さんのことをご存知ですか？
Do you know Mion Sonozaki-san? Hearing Mion's name so suddenly got my blood pumping.
そりゃクラスメートなんで。
Well, she's a classmate. I kept my answer ambiguous. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. I was completely overwhelmed by the desire to run away. No!
そういう意味じゃありませんよ。
That's not what I meant. I did my best to avoid getting upset or distracted in my answers, but Oishi-san kept staring into my heart with those sharp eyes. Despite the laughter in his voice, I could see no happiness in Oishi-san's eyes.
じゃあどういう意味で？
Well then, what do you mean?
素顔とでも言いますか。
Have you seen her true face?
園崎美音が本当はどういう人物なのかという意味です。
What I mean is, have you seen the kind of person Mion Sonozaki-san truly is? I was momentarily stunned by the temperature difference as I stepped out of Oishi-san's car. Oishi-san told me about a Mion completely different from the Mion I knew. It started during of the dam. That doesn't make sense. It started during of the dam conflict. Mion was taken into police custody several times for engaging in anti-dam protest activities. It was among the village's earliest acts of rebellion against the dam, and Mion was a leading official in the orchestration of the resistance activities. The resistance activities were organized by the Sonozaki family. I heard that gangsters and organized crime groups were involved. Even more surprisingly, she has essentially become the leader of the Sonozaki family. How far did the Sonozaki family's reach extend? Just listening to it had me shivering. Mion is the acting leader of the Sonozaki family. Mion is the ruler of this village. That was the same Mion who warned me about the dangers of the Sonozaki family. But Mion herself sat at the top of the family. So why? Why tell me that story at the library? Maybe she was trying to give me a warning? By personally revealing the dark side of the Sonozaki family to me? Was that her way of telling me I could be eliminated if I start talking about these things? So I need to stay quiet? Mion Sonozaki. I thought of her as a nice older friend who was good at being a leader. But in fact... Just then, a chill ran down my spine. I wasn't sure if it was because of the air conditioning or something completely different. For now, I should just head home. I was in the mood to just crawl into bed, so walked home at a brisk pace. All kinds of thoughts were spinning through my head as I made my way home. First and foremost, I wanted to feel a vague sense of security. Once my house came into view, I finally started to feel safe. Then, right as I was on the verge of putting my hand on the door, I heard a voice from behind. Keiichi-kun? Huh? It was Reina calling out to me.
Reina!
Reina!
なんで俺んちの前に？
What are you doing here? Reina didn't respond to my question. She just kept staring at me.
ずいぶん遅かったんだね。
Took you long enough, huh? She was supposed to head home right when I got into Oishi-san's car. But if Reina never went home, she was waiting for me in front of my house this whole time?
そうだよ。
That's right.
ケイイチ君の帰りをずっとここで待ってたの。
I've been waiting for you for a while now, Keiichi-kun. It's been a long time since I got into Oishi-san's car. It's not normal. It's like she wasn't just waiting for me, but setting up an ambush. And for such a long time, Reina's behavior is a bit abnormal, isn't it?
そうなんだ。
Is that so?
そりゃ悪かったな。
Sorry about that.
あの刑事、なかなか返してくれなくてさ。
That detective made it hard to get away.
そうなんだ。
Oh, really?
ひどいね。
How terrible. I don't know, she's staring, her eyes are piercing through me. Reina was looking more and more upset, but I couldn't tell if her discomfort was stemming from Oishi-san or from me.
ていうかさ、何の用なんだ？
Anyway, did you need something?
ずいぶん待っただろ、こんなとこで。
You've been waiting here for a while, huh?
ケイイチ君のこと心配だったから待ってたんだよ。
Keiichi-kun, I was worried about you, so I waited here. The tone of Rina's voice was too hard, too cold, and too strong. It was frightening. Did I say something to offend her? Am I overthinking it? Rina seemed upset when I left her earlier. Was it just an extension of that? Somehow I got the impression Rina was unusually oversensitive. It might be best to avoid provoking her here. I looked downward as I pondered that, and then I noticed. Come to think of it, what did Rina even have to be worried about? Oishi-san is a detective, so he'd never do anything unsafe with me. Then, why was Rina so worried about me? If she's worried about me spending my time with a detective, then it's not my safety she's worried about. So then, what on earth was Rina so worried about that she'd set up such an awkward ambush?
ありがとう。
Thanks.
でも別に心配ないからさ。
But you don't need to be so worried about me.
何を聞かれたの？
What did he ask you? Rina looked me directly in the eyes with a sharp gaze. It was a strong signal, with the implication that escape was impossible. Was Rina trying to figure out what I told the detective? Why? It was startling. I couldn't possibly tell the police the things I shouldn't even know about the Sonozaki family. No way. Impossible. Thoughts I'd rather not think about kept swirling around inside my head. Why would Rina be so concerned about the Sonozaki family? The answer was obvious. Rina was working with Mion. If Mion asked Rina to keep an eye on me, then everything added up. A shiver started crawling up my back. I didn't say anything. Nothing that would make me an enemy of the Sonozaki family. I don't know anything unsavory in the first place. That's right. I didn't hear anything from Mion, so I don't know anything. So I'll be alright. Calm down, Ketchumabra. And I took a deep breath and responded to Rina in the lightest tone I could muster.
あ、レナに聞いた話だったよ。
Oh, he asked about the same thing you and I discussed earlier.
富武さんの？
About Tomitake-san?
そう。
That's right.
他は別に何も。
Aside from that, nothing in particular.
本当に？
Really?
ケイチ君、顔が青いけど大丈夫かな？
Ketchi-kun, your face is turning blue. Are you alright? Rina sharpened her gaze and looked straight into my eyes. Rina doubted me. But I really didn't know anything, so there's no need to get upset. Calm down. Everything is fine.
そうかな。
Oh, really?
大丈夫だって。
I'm fine, though.
他には本当に何も聞かれなかった。
And he really didn't ask about anything else.
みーちゃんのことも？
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What about Mi-chan? Mion? Why? Why would Rina suddenly drop Mion's name? Why would she bring Mion up right here, right now? Rina must be working with Mion after all. All that accomplished was making me even more worried. But that's alright. Even if Rina and Mion are in cahoots, I really didn't tell that detective anything.
ミオン？
Mion?
別に何も聞かれなかったぜ。
He didn't ask anything in particular about her.
そう？
Oh, really?
それ本当かな？
Is that the truth?
私の時はみーちゃんの話をされたよ。
Because when I spoke with him, he asked about Mi-chan. Rina gave me a suspicious glare as she said that. Her eyes seemed to pierce right through me. I hesitated for a moment to decide if I should tell her the truth. No, if I change my story now, it'll only make me look even more suspicious. I have no choice but to keep going. Double down harder!
女同士だからじゃないか？
Maybe because you're both girls and really close.
そうかな？
You think so?
本当にそうかな？
You really think so?
なんでだろうね。
I wonder.
でも当然レナは何も話さなかったけどね。
But naturally, Rina didn't tell him anything.
そうだよな。
Is that so? I had no idea what she thought was so natural about that. But at any rate, I gave her a vague answer just to keep things moving.
それに私裏切り者じゃないしね。
Besides, I'm not a traitor.
レナが裏切り者なんて思ったこともないぞ。
Why would anyone think you're a traitor?
そうだよね。
True.
それにみーちゃんを怒らせたら怖いからね。
Besides, I'm afraid of what would happen if I made Mi-chan angry. Ah! Rina's laughter didn't sound cheerful at all. If anything, it sounded like ridicule, mocking me for being a coward. Was that a threat? Was Rena trying to force me to keep quiet? I didn't talk. I haven't said anything because I don't know anything. I have no connection to any of this. I was overwhelmed with the desire to refute Rena's assertions, but it felt so unnatural for me to come out and say something. It wasn't just Mion. Rena was trying to intimidate me too. I should be extra careful to avoid doing anything unnecessary, right? Am I planning to be on guard at all times from now on? I don't want to think about what comes next. It's alright, as long as I can just get my fun everyday life back. I didn't want to think about anything else. I'm sorry I got so caught up in these strange things. Anyway, I should hurry up and go inside. It's time for Rena to head home. Get the fuck out, Rena!
じゃあもう遅いからそろそろ帰ろうぜ。
Well, it's getting late. You should probably head back soon, or home soon.
逃げる気？
Are you trying to run away? Rena's cold voice cut into me in a flash.
なんでそうなるんだよ。
What are you talking about?
そう。
Alright.
じゃ、さよなら。
Well then, farewell. After saying that in a terribly brusque voice, she quickly turned and started walking away. It felt like I was being abandoned. I was left dumbfounded. I wanted to say something to Rena, but I couldn't think of anything. It took all of my strength just to watch Rena walk off from behind. Rena drifted further away, but after a few steps, she suddenly came to a halt and promptly turned back to me, with a frightening look in her eyes, full of doubt.
ケイイチ君、
Keiichi-kun,
大丈夫だよね。
you're feeling alright, aren't you? The strength of her tone had me at a loss for words. Rena's eyes were piercing straight into my heart. What would happen if I betrayed their trust? That's what Rena's eyes were telling me.
あ
Yeah,
あ、大丈夫。
I'm fine. Then Rena turned her back once again and started heading home. After watching Rena completely disappear into the distance, I was rushed into my house to escape. I rushed, not I was rushed. Uh-oh, it's all happening again. The badness. The chirping birds made me feel at ease. It was a refreshing morning. It's been a while since I last woke up feeling this way. But the story Oishi-san told me about Mion quickly filled my head. It was so unexpected, so unbelievable. A side of Mion I didn't know. No, Mion's true face. The side of her from the past, when she organized radical activity on behalf of the damn opposition movement. The dark, powerful face of the true leader of the Sonozaki family. But beyond all that, Mion was my friend. I wanted to keep thinking that. I wonder if Mion feels the same about me. Then she was my friend from school. But that could very well just be her face on the surface. Maintaining her position as the head of the Sonozaki family should be her top priority. When I thought about it that way, nothing seemed out of place. On the contrary, it seemed only natural. The everyday act of going to school was starting to weigh heavily on me. Mion wasn't waiting at our usual meeting place, so Reina and I headed to school together. I started feeling anxious about Mion's absence, but at the same time, something inside me felt a little relieved, and I felt disgusted with myself for it. I might be letting the darkness inside of me influence my attitude. Reina seemed to pick... That's... I don't know why, but that immediately sounded so Riku from Kingdom Hearts Coded. Reina seemed to pick up on my demeanor and opted not to... Excuse me, opted not to say anything. So, Reina and I walked nearly the whole way to school in silence. My senses fogged over as soon as I arrived at school. Oh, right, Satoko's traps. I welcomed the change of pace, so I threw the classroom door open without hesitation. Rattle, rattle. But I found no trap awaiting me. I should be glad that I made it through unscathed, but I felt a little disappointed. I exchanged greetings with everyone, then made my way to my seat. The ongoing conversations between my friends annoyed me, somehow. Even though these were my friends. I put my head down and pretended to sleep. That way, I can get through this until the teacher arrives. I had a major lack of energy today. On a day like today, I'd be forgiven even if I really did fall asleep. But just then... Good morning, everyone! It was Mion arriving at school a bit late. I guess her cold healed up. Though I was relieved to see her in good health, the story Oishi-san told me yesterday immediately came back to me. Did she even have a cold at all? I continued pretending to sleep when Mion came over in an effort to avoid talking to her this morning. On the other hand, if I didn't talk to her now, it'll be that much harder to talk to her later. I was bothered by the contradiction between those two ideals. As a result, I did my best to keep sleeping until the teacher arrived.
Keiichi, sensei ga kimashita no desu.
Keiichi, the teacher is coming. As soon as I heard Rika-chan's voice, I quickly raised my head and tried to hide the thoughts running through my head. Then, I thanked Rika-chan for the assist.
Rika-chan, arigatou.
Thanks, Rika-chan. I'm really sleepy today. But just as I was about to smile back at Rika-chan, I tensed up when I looked into her eyes. The glint in her eyes seemed to say, I know everything.
Kei-chan, ohayo.
Good morning, Ki-chan.
Mio.
Oh, Mion.
Ohayo.
Good morning.
なんか顔暗いけど大丈夫？
Why so glum? Not feeling well?
別に
No, not really.
なんでもないけど。
It's nothing.
そう？
Is that so? After that brief greeting, Mion returned to her seat. I felt a little relieved. I wasn't confident in my ability to speak to Mion right now. No, it was clear from the moment I thought that I lacked the ability to talk to Mion that something was wrong with me. Mion isn't a bad person. If someone was targeting me, they'd let me know by now, which meant that I wasn't being targeted, because nobody said anything to me. The chance of that seemed reasonably high. In fact, thinking about it from a purely rational standpoint, that line of thinking seemed most appropriate. Am I just overwhelmed with paranoia thanks to that weird guy? I can't let things stay like this. I absolutely need to do something. But even so, Mion is... Oh, right. How about Rika-chan? I've heard before, Rika-chan is the head of the Furude family, one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. Given her age, she may just be a figurehead in her position. Still, she's close enough in age to Mion that they might be privy to the same level of information. Thanks to all of Mion's supporters in the Sonozaki family, if anything upsetting was afoot in the village... Oh no, I'm allergic to bad things happening. If anything unsettling was afoot in the village, I wouldn't be surprised if it reached her ears too. That ought to be the case. But despite that, Rika-chan was still on friendly terms with me. However, I remembered the look in Rika-chan's eyes earlier, gazing at me as if she knew everything. The elder villagers believe Rika-chan possesses some mysterious power. What if Rika-chan had another side to her too? Then grave danger was rapidly approaching. Still, I have a few options available on how to approach this. I should check with Rika-chan to find out if I'm safe for now or not. Believe in the Rika. It's the words to live by. I called out to Rika-chan during break time. The 2 of us went out to a place where nobody would see us. It was perfect. Rika-chan kept watching me with a curious look on her face. Seeing that look on her face made me feel a little more relaxed. This was the usual Rika-chan.
何のご用なのですか、ケイチ?
Did you need something, Keiichi?
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
あのさ。
は
Well...
いなのです。
I see.
もしかして突然の恋の告白なのですか?
Is this perhaps a sudden confession of love?
いや、そうじゃなくて。
No, it's not like that.
残念なのです。
Me, that's too bad.
では何の用ですか?
Anyway, what is this about? I was thrown for a loop by Rika-chan's banter, so she lightly tilted her head to the side as she asked that.
俺ってさ、誰かに狙われてないか?
I'm not being targeted by someone, am I?
狙われる
Being targeted?
圭一がですか？
You, Kechi?
なんかいくつか噂を聞いたりしてさ。
I've been hearing some rumors.
そんなことないかななんて。
And I was wondering if there was something to it.
村では俺のことよそ者って思ってる人もいるだろうし。
Because there are people in the village who probably still see me as an outsider. Rika-chan looked surprised and upset for a moment, but her expression quickly calmed down.
圭一は何か悪いことをしたのですか？
Keiichi, did you do something bad?
してないって。
I haven't done anything.
悪いことなんて誓って何もしてない。
I swear I didn't do anything wrong.
それなら大丈夫なのです。
Then you'll be alright. Rika-chan responded in a nonchalant tone. Was she angry? Or was she exasperated?
そうか。
Is that so?
何もしていないのであれば、普通に考えても何かをされる心配はないのです。
If you've done nothing wrong, then you shouldn't have to worry about something happening to you, right?
うん。
Yeah.
だったらいいんだけど。
Then that's good, but
しつこいのです、圭一。
you're awfully persistent, Keiichi. Rika-chan clearly wanted to bring our conversation to a close. Am I just being a hassle? I almost said asshole. Or was it a mistake to discuss this with Rika-chan? If it was the latter, it meant I had just made a dangerous move. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?
圭一、
Keiichi,
聞いていますか？
are you listening to me?
あ、
Yeah,
聞いてるよ。うん。
I'm listening. I am. Seems like she was calling out to me for a while. They say that Rika-chan possesses some mysterious divine power. If that's true, maybe she can even read my thoughts. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?
もう一度ちゃんと言っておきますです。
I'll say it again.
村の寄り合いで圭一の名前が挙がったことはありませんのです。
Keiichi, your name has never come up during the village conferences. Is that so?
だから不安がる必要はゼロなのです。
So you have nothing to worry about.
これでいいですか？
Is that sufficient?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
おかげで気が楽になった。
Thanks to you, I feel relieved. Rika Furude told me I was safe, as the head of the Furude family and a member of the three families. If that's true, I should definitely be safe. However, something about Rika-chan still seemed unusual. Her words seemed sharper than usual, and more cold. Then Rika-chan seized the opportunity and spoke up in a terribly sullen voice.
そもそも圭一は何をそんなに怖がっているのですか？
What had you so frightened in the first place, Keiichi?
変に不安がっているから余計に犬さんを怒らせてしまうのですよ。
You're getting all worked up and getting the dogs mad for no reason.
ワンワンワン。
Woof, woof, woof. I sound like the usual Rika-chan. But right now, I could still hear the danger lurking underneath those words.
こんな圭一はあまり見ていたくないのです。
I don't want to see you like this, Keiichi.
だからさよならなのですよ。
So, farewell. In the end, I couldn't say anything. Once again, I came to realize my actions hadn't solved anything. There was even a chance that my missteps had made matters worse. I've been running away. I've been running from Mion. Speaking with Mion won't necessarily solve my problems. In the worst case scenario, it could put me in even more danger. But it can't be helped. I need to talk to Mion directly. School had just let out. Mion needed to get to her part-time job, so she left the classroom on her own. I was a bit nervous, thinking about approaching her one-on-one, but given what we needed to discuss, it seemed ideal. So I chased after Mion.
ミオン、あのさ。
Hey, Mion.
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan,
どうしたの？
what's up? Mion responded exactly like usual. She turned back and our eyes met. I realized it had been quite a long time since we faced one another like this. I wonder if Mion feels the same way.
いや、一緒に帰ろうと思ってさ。
Well, I was thinking we could walk home together.
へえ、 ケイちゃんから声かけられるの久しぶりだよね。
Wow, it's been a long time since you've been the one to suggest that, Key-chan.
そうかな。
I suppose. The chorus of the Higurashi rang out as we walked down the usual path side by side for the first time in ages. However, Mion looked different from usual. Her expression looked a bit stiff, but I wondered if it was all in my head. Even though I was able to catch Mion. What should I say? What can I ask? Indecision ran wild inside my head. Or, more precisely, I lacked the ability to reach a decision. The path with Mion was quickly reaching the splitting point. I needed to hurry up and say something, but all that impatience amounted to nothing. Mion confidently came over and poked me.
で、何なの？
So, what is it?
何なのって何が？
What is what?
話があるからわざわざ追いかけてきた。
You went out of your way to chase after me, so I assume you have something to say.
違う？
Am I wrong? There was no rebuke or venom in her voice, but I could feel the determination behind it. As if she were telling me it had better be good. At this point, I had no choice but to be completely frank.
ああ、
Yeah,
さすがだな。
you're sharp.
で、何？
So, what is it?
なんで綿流しの連続殺人事件のことずっと隠してたんだ？
Why did you keep me in the dark about the series of deaths on the night of Watanagashi for so long? I carefully studied Mion's expression. How could she react to that?
不安がらせたくなかったからね。
I didn't want to make you worry.
ケイちゃん、ひなみ沢に来て間がなかったし。
Kei-chan, it hasn't been long since you moved to Hinamizawa. I couldn't see anything suspicious in her explanation.
じゃあなんで祭りが終わったら話したんだ？
Then, why did you decide to tell me after the festival?
なんか黙ってると余計不安になるかなって思ってさ。
I thought that if I kept quiet about it too long, you'd feel uneasy. This explanation, too. Once again, there was nothing suspicious.
結局話しても話さなくてもいいことにはならなかったな。
In the end, whether I told you or not, it wouldn't be good either way. Mion tried to force a smile as she muttered that. Was it all in my head? Mion and I are having a completely ordinary conversation right now. And there's absolutely nothing suspicious about the answer she's giving me. I started thinking so, but the next moment, Mion stopped walking and slowly turned to me. Ah! Her eyes were intensely staring straight at me.
で、
So?
Eh?
Huh?
ミオン、
Mion.
で、どうする？
So, what are you going to do?
このまま黙ってるか、それとも
Keep silent like this? Or
それともって。
what? Who is this person? The gaze emitted from those eyes was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. The person in front of me right now can't be Mion. It's another person. Those were the keen eyes of a predator, sapping the freedom of all who gazed upon them. With a horrifying glow emanating from within, I felt like I had no options to choose from. I finally gained the strength to utter a few words. No, I was forced to say them.
仲間だろ？
Oh, we're friends,
俺たち。
right?
仲間ね。
Friends. Ah! Mion's dry laughter paralyzed me. I got the impression she was saying those words had no meaning. Or more specifically, like she was telling me that friendship didn't matter. If I got in the way, I was simply an enemy.
まあいいや。
Well, that's enough.
それじゃ、今度こそこの話はこれっきりだよ。
Anyway, this is the last time we'll speak of this. Good conversation. Mion turned the corner like usual and went on toward her house. Then, she said bye-bye as if nothing had happened at all. For a while, I stood there unable to move. I couldn't understand. Was Mion a threat or not? I stood completely still, as the chorus of the Higurashi echoed through my ears. Great! The rain outside was coming down even harder. Alongside the intense rain, thunder was crackling more and more frequently. It felt like the sort of night where something would happen, and naturally, that something would be nothing good, rather, something ominous. I was feeling mildly restless and couldn't calm myself down. I just wanted to get to sleep as soon as possible. So I turned the lights out early and crawled into my futon. The darkness distracted me from my idle thoughts, but those negative emotions were still lurking deep within my subconscious. If I can set those thoughts aside, everything will become clear. The fear and anxiety I tried to ignore laid me bare and attacked me from time to time. The curse of Oishiro-sama, or rather, the series of deaths in Hinamizawa. The Sonozaki family, and their acting head, Mion Sonozaki. No, she's our good-natured club president, and a friend. Those pieces of the puzzles unconsciously came to mind. Nevertheless, I still couldn't get a grasp on the situation. What on earth is happening? Have I already gotten myself involved? And if so, is there anything I can do to escape? Or maybe it's all just in my head? No, too many bizarre events have already come to light. It's impossible to simply explain them as products of my own biased imagination. And the most important thing, of course, is Mion. Why do I have to be afraid of Mion? Mion is supposed to be my precious friend. But at the same time, I can't help but see the tremendous darkness behind the Sonozaki family. And the truth is, I'm afraid. There has to be some relationship between the Sonozaki family and the series of deaths in Hinamizawa. Mion personally explained the danger of the Sonozaki family to me and warned me not to speak out. The friends I've made since I moved to Hinamizawa are precious to me. I want to trust them wholeheartedly. That's right, I want to believe in Mion. My eyes gradually grew accustomed to the darkness. Ah! The ceiling was faintly visible. The waning darkness slowly mingled with the imagery from my imagination. And over time, it became hard to tell if the images before my eyes were real or not. I could see two sharp elliptical shapes. Ah! I immediately buried my face in my futon, but hiding in my futon did nothing to comfort me. What was that just now? I saw Mion's eyes, or some pair of eyes resembling Mion's, shining on the ceiling. The glint in her eyes from this afternoon that paralyzed me. That wasn't Mion. Those predatory eyes had to belong to someone else. What the hell did I see just now? An illusion born from my own fear? Knock. 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 I heard a sound, so I listened carefully to identify its source. Knock. I rolled out of my futon and quickly surveyed my surroundings. I was alone in the room, but I braced myself anyway. Both my fists were trembling nonstop. Then the next moment, I heard a tap on the door. Knock. Knock.
Keiichi?
Keiichi!
電話よ電話
Telephone! You got a call!
なんだよ。
What?
おふくろか。
Mom?
はい、今出るよ。
Okay, coming. Once I answered, Mom opened the door. All the strength in my body released at once.
もうずっと呼んでたのに
I've been calling you for a long time.
本屋さんから電話よ
The phone call is from a bookstore.
え、本屋？
Huh? A bookstore?
そうなんか急ぎの用らしいわよ
The caller said it was urgent.
待たせてるんだから急いで
So hurry up, don't keep them waiting. A bookstore? I don't remember giving them my number. Though I felt a bit uneasy, I decided to head downstairs for the time being and pick up the phone.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Oh, he's a liar. I'm sorry for calling so late at night.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申します。
This is Oishi from the Okunomiya bookstore. I recognize that voice.
大石さん？
Oishi-san.
大石さんって刑事の大石さんじゃないですか。
Oishi-san. You mean Detective Oishi-san?
すみませんね。
Sorry about that.
お母さんが出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。
When your mother answered, I told her I was from a bookstore.
警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろご心配なされるでしょうから。
People tend to get worked up when they receive a call from the police. Oishi-san seemed to be taking extra precautions. So I switched to the cordless receiver and ran back upstairs to my room.
夜分遅くにすみませんね。
Sorry for calling so late.
いえ、
It's okay.
で、何かあったんですか？
So, did something happen?
いえね、先ほど分かったことなんですが、
Yes, well, it's about what we discussed earlier.
実は園崎紫音が行方不明らしいんです。
The truth is, Shion Sonozaki has gone missing.
シオンが？
Shion? I squeezed the receiver in a panic.
シオンが行方不明ですって？
You said Shion has gone missing?
そうなんですよ。
That's right.
それも数日前から。
And to top it off, she's been gone for a few days. She apparently hasn't been seen for several days. More precisely, since the night I met Mion at the library.
前原さん、何かご存知ありませんか？
Maiber-san, do you know something? Was there a chance that Mion had Shion eliminated? I nearly uttered something in my panic, but I quickly covered my mouth with my hand. I recalled the hawkish look in Mion's eyes from earlier. I can never tell anyone what Mion told me.
何も聞いてませんけど。
No, I haven't heard anything.
本当に聞いてないんですか？
You really haven't heard anything? Oishi-san's low voice echoed through the receiver like he was threatening me.
はい、
Yes,
本当です。
really.
園崎紫音がいなくなった日、
The day Shion Sonozaki disappeared.
前原さんと一緒にいるところを見たって情報があるんですがね。
According to my intel, she was seen together with you, right, Maiber-san?
知りません。
I don't know about that.
ミオンと違ってシオンとは学校も違うし、そんなに会う機会もないんです。
Shion goes to a different school from Mion and I, so I don't have many opportunities to see her.
人違いなんじゃないですか？
Are you sure it wasn't someone else?
そうですかね。
Is that so? Oishi-san's obstinate voice crawled through my ears. Did Oishi-san suspect me? But I don't know anything, really. I don't. As I thought about that, I started to regret carelessly mentioning Mion by name. I didn't want Oishi-san to hear anything about Mion, no matter how trivial. I didn't want to give Mion or Rina any reason to doubt me.
前原さん、本当のことだけ答えてくれませんか？
Maiber-san, would you tell me the truth?
本当ですよ。
It's true.
俺は何も知らないんです。
I don't know anything.
俺は無関係ですよ。
I'm not connected to any of this.
まあまあ落ち着いて前原さん。
Wow, calm down, Maiber-san.
私は別にあなたを疑って聞いたわけじゃありませんから。
I didn't ask because I suspect you or anything.
はい。
Okay. Oishi-san spoke softly to try to calm me down. If this was his idea of a bad joke, then stop it already. Hurry up and end this phone call. No.
そんなに動揺されては逆に疑ってくれと言われているような気がしてしまいますよ。
Making outbursts like that tends to make you sound more suspicious. You know that?
すいません。
I'm sorry.
いやいや、あなたが謝ることではありません。
Oh no, it's nothing to apologize for.
前原さんが本当に何も知らないのか、それを知りたいだけです。
I just want to be sure you really don't know anything.
ですから、
I'm telling the truth.
何も知らないんです。
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. And yet, Oishi-san seems to be doubting me. I can't tell Oishi-san anything Mion told me, no matter what. I desperately try to sort out the thoughts running through my head.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright?
前原さん、
Maiber-san?
はい。とにかく、
Yeah.
何も知らないんです。
Anyway, I don't know anything. I know this is... It was such a long time ago that we were reading originally the first chapter, right? But, like... Is this where this is the story's really splitting off? Instead of, like, conspiring with Oishi? Like, he doesn't share any information with Oishi and then just kind of tells him to back off kind of thing? Is that the whole where the story kind of, like, splits? Maybe? Maybe, possibly? Then Oishi-san spoke softly.
それとね、実は姉のミオンも行方がわからないんですよ。
Well, the truth is, Can't confirm her sister Mion's whereabouts either. Huh?
ミオンもですか？
Mion too? After Shion, Mion disappeared too?
ええ、
That's right.
それにこういうの前にもありましてね。
And this sort of thing has happened before.
前にも二人が行方不明になったんですか？
Happened before. Have the two of them gone missing before?
はい、そうなんです。
Yes, that's right.
あれは去年のことでした。
It happened last year. Last year? That recently?
北条のおばが殺された時もあの二人が突然姿を消しました。
After the aunt of the Hojo family was murdered, the two of them went missing.
そんな。
No way. Oishi-san was speaking of the curse on the day of Watanagashi.
おまけにその時はせっかく掴んだ容疑者が仏になってたものですから。
On top of that, the prime suspect ended up dying around that time. Two people disappeared, and the suspect died. Oishi-san seemed to suspect that the two of them were involved in the incident.
まあだからどうという話ではないんですがね。
Well, not that it proves anything, that said. This year, Tomotaki-san died and two people went missing.
何かわかりましたら教えてくださいね。
If you know anything, please tell me. Oishi-san suddenly began speaking in a clerical tone.
はい。
Understood.
こちらも進展がありましたらご連絡しますよ。
I'll contact you again if I make any progress.
前原さんも些細なことでもいいので必ずご連絡くださいよ。
Maiber-san, please make sure you contact us if you learn anything, even if it's completely trivial.
ねえ前原さん。
Alright, Maiber-san? Oishi-san was implicitly telling me to contact right away if I notice any movement from the Sonozaki family. But if I do that, I'll be the next one getting killed. I wanted to hang up the phone right away and escape from Oishi-san's voice.
わかってます。
I get it already.
ちゃんとわかってますから。
You made yourself perfectly clear.
ちゃんと頼みましたよ。
And so have I.
それで
So I
は
have,
失
I
礼
mean.
します。
Anyway, please excuse me. Clank. As soon as I hung up, the sound of the torrential rain filled my ears. And I heard a crash of thunder mixed in with the rainfall. It was particularly loud, but the noise was gradually muffled by the monotonous sound surrounding it. And then, I was completely enveloped in silence. My nerves grew more and more tense, anticipating the moment when the silence would be broken again. Broken once again. With the sound of rain and thunder. But if I were to hear any other sound, no, shouldn't hear anything like that. A sound like that would shatter my safety. As I continued thinking about the inevitable sound that would break the silence, my nerves nearly gave out. I buried my head in my futon. When I did, the darkness made my imagination run wild. A vague image of Mion's hawkish eyes appeared before me. Oh god, not again! This time, I'm positive it's my imagination. Still, I was desperately fighting back the shock and fear. I was on the verge of screaming any moment now.
で、どうする？
So, what are you going to do?
このまま黙ってるか、それとも。
Keep silent like this? Or... Suddenly, Mion's words came back to me, as real as if they were whispered in my ear. My entire body was racked with tension, and all my strength escaped me. When Mion said, or, what did she have in mind for me? Someone might kill me on Mion's order. If they got me in this room, I probably wouldn't stand a chance. Perhaps someone would just open the door and break in without making a sound. Or maybe someone would just smash the window and break in. Or maybe there's already someone inside the room. I crawled out of my bedding and frantically looked around. There was nobody in the room. This wasn't the first time Mion and Shion disappeared. The same thing happened last year when the Hojo family's aunt died. On top of that, the prime suspect disappeared with impeccable timing. Well, it's going to happen this time. Someone dies, someone disappears. How many people are going to disappear from Hinamazawa this year? The heavy rain and thunder carried on as usual. There was no sign of the approaching morning. Will I be able to safely make it through the night? Really, I wonder if tomorrow morning will ever come. Will it? We're not making it over the night. I woke up once again. No, it was probably for the best that I stayed up. Continuing to sleep will only put me in more danger. Tomorrow morning is going to be tough, but I can't compromise my safety. If someone were to break in, even if I was awake when an intruder broke in, I'm not sure I could do much about it on my own. Still, it's better than sleeping completely defenseless. At any rate, I just wanted a moment to relax. If I keep this up until morning, the tension is going to drive me mad. Pat, pat, pat. Why did that sound like... No, it must be my imagination. I was disgusted with myself for thinking that so many times tonight. Pat, 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 pat. Sounded like it was getting closer and closer. It felt more real than my earlier hallucinations. Was it still just my imagination? Pat, 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 pat. After one last pat, I noticed the sound stop right in front of my room. That's no hallucination. Ah!
ケイチ
Keiichi,
起きなさい。朝よ。
please wake up. It's morning, you know? It was Mom. Morning had already arrived. It was my mom and her plop plop noises that she she always makes. How could I forget? In the end, I could barely get any sleep. Just thinking about the sleepiness I'll be fighting all day had me feeling depressed. But at the same time, I felt relieved that I safely made it to the morning. This is like the same sensation where I was so afraid to fall asleep back when I was in college and I had that shitty apartment and there was definitely like a mouse or two mice in my, like, I could hear in the walls and would like come out occasionally. It was like this whole big saga. I'm sure I probably talked about it on stream at some point in my fucking life, but like there was like a mouse in my room, in the walls of the apartment, and it was like a whole big thing. And it took quite some time for me to like get it in a trap kind of thing and release it and all. But there was like one particular night I totally remember where like it was like I could hear it like in the walls, like scurrying around kind of. It was like that kind of noise. And it was like making it hard to sleep because I was like, oh, because it was like after nights of being terrorized by it. And I was like, fuck, I gotta sleep though. So then what I did to try to drown out the noise is I just turned the TV on in my room like super loud and then just try to fall asleep. And then in like the middle of the night, I could feel something on my like pillowcase right next to my like face and head. And it woke me up immediately. I don't think I was even fully asleep. But I like instinctively took the pillow, threw it against the wall from under my head. And I could see like in the glow of the television from the pillow, the mouse on the pillow. And the mouse flung against the wall. And then it like scurrying in my like room. And I was like, it was at that point where I was like, all right, I was going heavy duty. And I was like, I'm getting rid of this mouse kind of thing. And it was like that weekend or the next day or something. It was like, forget classes. This is important. This whole trap situation. That whole year at that apartment during I think it was my junior year of university, like a year from hell, I could say. A year from hell as far as living situation goes. It was also the year my apartment almost burned down completely because one of the other guys that lived at that apartment left beans on the stove and then fell asleep. And this big pot of beans was just on the stove for like what must have been hours or something. And it's like I came into the apartment, it was all smoky and shit, and like the alarm kind of like going off. Disaster. I dragged my body down the stairs. A completely ordinary scene was spread out before me. A completely ordinary breakfast on a completely ordinary dining hall or
眠そう
table.
ね、ケイチ。
You look tired, Keiichi.
昨日は何時に寝たの？
How late were you up last night?
うん。
Yeah,
昨日は寝つきが悪くてさ。
I had trouble sleeping last night.
そう、珍しいじゃないの。
Oh, isn't that unusual?
気がついたら朝だった。
Morning arrived before I realized it. Yawn.
あんたもしかして昨日の雷が怖くて寝られなかったんじゃないの？
Maybe you couldn't sleep because you were afraid of the thunder.
まさか。
No way.
子供じゃあるまいし。
I'm not a child. Mom gave me an awkward look, like she had seen right through me. I'm not a baby, Mom. It wasn't fear of thunder that denied me my sleep. However, it was indeed fear that kept me awake, so she was right in that regard. I was bombarded with sounds I shouldn't be able to hear the other meaningless noise, and I was bombarded with sounds I shouldn't be able to hear and other meaningless noises. Any small sound off in the distance would leave me terrified. It was a long, long night. I focused all my attention on the morning sun and the chirping birds, and then I was finally able to see how cowardly I was acting. It was a calm, wholesome morning completely devoid of any sort of trouble. My fear of the Sonozaki family, my fear of Mion, the dark side of the Sonozaki family that I heard about. It was all unmistakably Mion Sonozaki who told me all about it. Personally, was it a warning or was it intimidation? I took it both ways. However, nothing has happened since then. My everyday life was going on like usual. So, is there really any reason for me to be afraid of Mion? As of this morning, there's been no change in my everyday life. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Rina. Keiichi-kun, good morning!
おう、おはよう、レナ。
Oh, good morning, Rina.
あれケイチくん目が真っ赤だよ。
Huh? Keiichi-kun, your eyes are bright red.
どうしたんだろう
Is something wrong? Wrong?
なんか、寝つきが悪くてさ。
No, I'm just sleepy as shit. It's nothing, I just had some trouble sleeping.
そんなわけで、今日は寝不足だ。
So I'm a little tired today. Yawn.
大丈夫かな
Are you feeling alright? Are you? Rina moved closer to look my face over. I was startled for a moment. If I moved in this close to Rina, she'd start blushing immediately. So I quickly looked away before my complexion could start changing.
なあ、レナ。
Hey, Rina.
ミオン、遅いな。
Mion's late today, huh?
まだ調子悪いのかな
I wonder if she's still not feeling better. For the moment, I simply tilted my head to the side. According to Oishi-san, Mion had disappeared. In that case, there was no way Mion could come over. Or
先に行ってもいい約束の時間になってるけど
could come here. Not over. It's getting late, so we should probably go ahead without her.
どうする
What do you think? Rina said that with an innocent look on her face. So, Rina didn't know about Mion's disappearance? Or was she deliberately pretending not to know? Rina turned to me and encouraged me to think it over.
ケイチくんどうする
What should we do, Keiichi-kun?
もう行かないと遅刻になっちゃうかも
If we don't go now, we might be late.
そうだな。
Right.
ミオン、まだ体調が悪いのかもしれないしな。
Maybe Mion still isn't feeling well. If there's nothing we can do about it, there's no point dwelling on it. Ultimately, I made my decision. That's right. Wasn't I the one who so passionately desired to enjoy my wonderful everyday life? I never wanted to get involved in any of these incidents. And Mion is probably just staying home because she's not feeling well, right? If I simply never got out of bed to answer my phone, would Oishi-san start saying that I disappeared too? If there's nothing I can do about it, there's no point dwelling on it.
レナ、そろそろ行こうか。
Yeah, so it seems like this is definitely like a take, or like a I guess you would call a fragment, where it's like, oh, Kechi doesn't become so cripplingly paranoid, you know? Like he doesn't become overcome with all the... I mean, it was a little shaky there, but maybe we see the turning point here. Then, shall we get going, Reina? Reina and I start walking side by side. As I walked to school with Reina, all the sights along the way looked just the same as always. I felt like a person recovering from an illness walking outside for the first time in a while. I found myself struggling to recognize the nature all around me. After carefully running my eyes across my surroundings, I came to realize that nothing had changed at all. Maybe I've been overthinking everything up until now. My shoulders and cheeks began to relax, and my usual confidence slowly came back to me.
ケイチ君、今変なことを考えてなかった？
Now, the real fear, though, here would be there is bad shit still happening, and it's just an out of sight, out of mind type thing, and he's just remaining ignorant to it. Kichikun, were you thinking about something weird just now?
なんでだよ。
Why would you say that?
そんなこと考えてねえぞ。
I'm not thinking anything like that.
ああ、ケイチ君照れてる。
Ah, Kichikun, you look so embarrassed.
怪しいの？怪しいの？
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
照れてないって。
I'm not embarrassed.
怪しくもない。
There's no reason to think that.
だって最近、ケイチ君ずっと怖い顔してたのに、さっきニコニコしてたよ。
But you've been making scary faces for a long time now, and you just suddenly started to smile. Sheesh, of all the things for Rena to say. Still, was I really making those scary faces that Rena mentioned? It might be true. I haven't felt this calm in a long time. And there was no reason for her to say something unusual. It's been a while since she's teased me, hasn't it?
そうか。バレてたか。
Oh, really? Guess the secret's out.
そうでしょ？
Ha ha ha, is that so?
じゃあ、やっぱり変なこと？
Oh no, were you thinking something weird after all?
別に変じゃ。
Nothing weird.
レナを見て、ちょっとにやけてたのさ。
Just that looking at you made me smile a bit. Aww. Got her.
なんでかな？
Huh? Why? Why?
なんでレナを見てにやけてたのかな？
Why would looking at Rena make you smile? 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 Rena's cheeks were already starting to turn red.
最近、ちょっと疲れていてさ。
The past few days, I've been feeling kind of tired.
毎日会ってるのに、レナの顔をまともに見る余裕もなかった。
Damn, look at the Riz here. Even though we've been seeing each other every day, I never really took the time to take a proper look at you. How? I could tell Rena's heart rate was steadily climbing.
で、久しぶりにレナの顔をじっくり見たらさ。
So, gave your face a good look for the first time in a while.
やっぱり、可愛いなと思って。
And I was thinking it's actually pretty cute.
ケイチ君。
She's gonna fucking explode. Rena was blushing so hard she was about to faint. Mission accomplished. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since I've properly teased Rena. By the time we arrived at school, everything was still the same as usual. In fact, considering how things were recently, it seemed even more lighthearted than usual. So I yanked open the classroom door like always. And just then, I heard a snap off in the distance. A moment later... Oh, he got pranked. He got pranked, bro. Splash! My upper body was completely soaked with some liquid. Normally, I'd be on high guard before entering the classroom. But of course, I realized I was far more relaxed than usual. And the reason I described it as liquid instead of water... The smell... This stench... Satoko!
ゲイツさんがそんな簡単に引っかかるなんて思ってなかったのでございますわ。
Kachi-san, I never expected you to fall for that so easily.
どうせカースならばちょっとしたジョークで。
It was just a joke. I thought you'd be able to dodge it.
これのどこがジョークの範囲だ。
How does this fall in the realm of jokes?
デッドストックの牛乳なんてデンジャラスなトラップ。
Spoiled milk is quite the dangerous trap.
本気で設置するわけがございませんでしょうが。
You don't think I'd seriously want to use it on you, do you?
全身そのデッドストックの牛乳まみれだ。
My entire body's drenched in spoiled milk.
そんなの知りませんわ。
I couldn't have expected this.
気を抜いていたケイチさんが悪いのでございますわ。
It was your mistake for being distracted, Kechi-san. After my harsh words, Satoko sensed the impending danger. She quickly tried to put some distance between us, but I won't let her escape. Pat 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 pat. Tap 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 tap. Pat 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 tap 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 tap. Pat pat tap 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 yank. How naive, Satoko. Thwack.
ケイチさんが
Keiichi-san, ah!
ケイチさんがデコピンした
Keiichi-san poked my forehead.
水じゃなくて熟成された牛乳を使った分でかっこ強だ。
That's what you get for using old milk instead of water.
たくほんとくせえ。
Seriously, this stuff reeks. While Rina was stunned by the old milk, she was on high alert for a secondary disaster. Even Rika-chan decided to keep her distance.
ケイチかわいそうかわいそうです。
Poor, poor Keiichi.
でも近づきたくないのです。
But please don't come any closer.
早くジャージに着替えるのですよ。ね
Hurry up and change out of that shirt. Me. I'm gonna throw up. I dashed off in the direction of the bathroom. She deserved more than a forehead poke for this suffering. Satoko, I have my revenge in the next club activity. For the moment, I escaped into the privacy of the bathroom. Fortunately, there was nobody else inside. I can't imagine what kind of rumors might start flying around if someone saw me scampering into a private room covered in milk. The hell? I pulled my shirt off, then used it to wipe my face and my upper body. When I pulled off my pants, I noticed that the milk seeped all the way down to my underwear. How unfortunate. Damn you, Satoko! I had no choice but to pull off my underwear too, so I could wipe the milk off of all my clothes. Even so, the smell, it was completely rotten. And no matter how much I scrubbed my hair, the smell remained. Damn you, Satoko! I brought a gym shirt with me, so I was able to wear that. At a time like this, there's no point arguing the details. I confirmed that no other students were around, then rinsed off my head in the washroom. Class was already getting started, but I couldn't stop dealing with the milk situation. It was spoiled milk after all. Damn you, Satoko. I slipped back into the private room and started daydreaming while scrubbing my hair dry. In my dream, Satoko was completely incapable of moving around. Of course, my body was still able to move freely. This is weird. And in my hands, I held a pot full of long since expired milk emanating an intense stench. I had absolute authority in the matter. How would Satoko react in that situation? Like usual, she'd probably use all her strength to make the best of the situation. Satoko wouldn't break her rebellious posture for even an instant. I had a graceful smile on my face as I moved the pot closer to Satoko's head. And then, I'll show no mercy as I bathe her in it. I'm a freak! In my daydream, I got my revenge on Satoko. Your relief will be short-lived, Satoko. My hair was finally drying up, so it was probably about time to head back. As I entered the classroom, the lesson was already more than halfway done. If I tell Chie-sensei I wasn't feeling well, she'll probably forgive the offense. The fact that I spent such a long time in the bathroom lended some credibility to the argument. I took a quick glance toward Mion's seat, but she still wasn't here. Rina explained to me after class Mion had apparently contacted Chie-sensei to call in sick. Rina seemed genuinely concerned about Mion's health, so Rina clearly believed the story about her absence. Maybe I've just been overthinking everything these days after all. Bum, 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 bum. At today's club activity, I earned my first major victory in a long time. Of course, my strategy from start to finish was to take down Satoko. Payback for the spoiled milk. And thanks to that strong motivation, I came out victorious today. I completely denied the others an opportunity to follow up. I had so much fun, and I laughed from the bottom of my heart, spending time with my wonderful friends. Isn't this great? No, to me this is the most important thing of all. Let's cherish our time together. Let's cherish every day we get to spend together as friends. Until something bad happens, inevitably. Tokyo, at the end of the Showa era and the dawn of Heisei, goods, information, and even people have been continuing to modernize at an incredible rate. Oh, it's history lesson time. Even though the news swept all across Japan at the time, hardly anyone remembers the story from a rural town 10 years later. But there was still a man pursuing the past everyone else had forgotten. Oishi stepped into this land for the first time in a while. Oh, did the time skip happen? Was that just like the end? Huh. These days, Oishi was suffering remarkable physical decline. Moving his body, even for a short time, put a strain on his body that he had to endure. Yeah, I get the sense that that was, especially with the sky kind of like fading, it was just like, oh, that's like the curtain was closing on the story. Oh, is it going to end? So does Oishi... no, not Oishi. Does Kechi just get to have happy times with the rest of his friends, and then the mystery of, like, what happened to Mion and Shion, like, just go on? That's what it feels like. But he did pick up dancing after retirement and was still at it. The silver gray dancing style has gained a lot of... Silver gray? Dancing style has gained a lot of traction recently for not relying heavily on physical fitness. Oishi looked around as he entered the lobby, searching for the man he intended to meet. The airport interior looked larger and cleaner than how Oishi remembered it. He looked left and right, up and down, but none of it looked familiar. Once he started feeling a bit uneasy, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him.
Oishi-san.
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 No! Akasaka-san!
No! Akasuka-san! A man named Akasuka was waving at Oishi. He was a tall, plainclothes police investigator and a bit too old to be called a young man.
Domo. O hisashiburi desu.
Nice to see you. It's been a long time.
迷子になるところでしたよ。な
And I was just starting to get lost. No!
何年ぶりですかね。
How many years has it been? Oishi vigorously slapped Akasuka on the shoulder, delighted to see him again.
おお、トレーニングは欠かしていないようですね。
Oh, you haven't missed a day of training, have you?
いい筋肉がついてますよ。
Those are some nice muscles you got there.
今では昔のような深くは取りません。
I'm not as frail as I was in the old days. Akasuka sounded embarrassed as he said that.
それに、ますますいい顔つきになりましたね。
And your face is looking more and more handsome, eh?
そうですか？
Oh, he's really hitting on him. Oh, really?
おだてても何も出ませんよ。
There's no need for flattery.
いやいや、本当に。現役の捜査官然とした立派な顔つきですよ。
No, really, you've got the face of an investigator on active duty.
大石さんはまたスマートになりましたよね。
You're looking pretty stylish yourself, Oishi-san.
相変わらず社交ダンスですか？
Still doing your ballroom dancing like usual?
これがね、年を関係なく続けられるもんでしてね。
Well, despite my age, I'm still at it.
それはいい趣味と出会いましたね。
I'm glad you... Wait, that comment got me. I've always... I don't think I've ever brought this up during this whole series, but I always did somewhat feel like Akasuka's sprite in this game did feel slightly out of place. And I could never exactly tell why. And I'm not like an artist in any shape or fashion, so like artistically I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell or be able to try to explain it. But I don't think I ever said it, but even from our first introduction of Akasuka's sprite way long ago, I was like, man, he looks different. He looks out of place. He looks like he got zooped in from some other... It's funny that you put it like a 90s Flash game, but from some other thing. He says, I'm glad you found a nice hobby.
しかもおかげさまでモテモテ。
Thanks to that, I'm rather popular.
赤坂さんもそろそろ始められるといいですよ。
Maybe you should try it out sometime, Akasuka-san.
な
No!
いや、僕はリズム感ないですから。
Oh, no. I don't have the rhythm for that.
そこを頑張りましょうよ。
Just do your best out there.
そうすればモテモテ。
That's all it takes to make people like you. No. After their brief reunion, the two men hopped in Akasuka's car and headed toward their destination. Beep beep, they're driving. After a 30-minute drive from the airport in Akasuka's car, they slipped into the parking lot of a general hospital. The sky was beginning to clear up. The white walls of the hospital exterior reflected the shining sun. A calm afternoon breeze gently rocked the curtains in the hospital room. A woman wearing solid white pajamas sat on the bed, looking out the window. Oh? The wind blowing through her hair wasn't strong enough to reveal her face, though. Oh, so mysterious. Her long hair kept it hidden. And she must not get out much, since her skin looked as pale as her pajamas in the hospital curtains. Oishi may not have noticed it himself, but there was a slight twitch in his leg while he waited at the receptionist's desk. Oishi himself couldn't possibly put it into words, but the anticipation, the fear, and the other emotions he couldn't express any other way were being conveyed through the trembling in his body. Akasuka was standing next to him, feeling much the same way. Akasuka had to wipe away his sweat several times as he waited in the air-conditioned waiting room. In just a few minutes, a nurse approached the two of them. They both followed the nurse's lead without saying a word. The dungeon door then opened. Why did they have that? That's the second time this stream where there's like a dungeon door sound effect opening. Just for a door opening sound. Creak it! Two men that seemed out of place in a hospital began feeling even more out of place as they stepped inside the private hospital room. A retired detective and an active Metropolitan Police investigator. The name of the patient in the hospital room was Mion Sonozaki! Oh my god! Mion was a survivor of the disaster that struck Hinamazawa village 10 years ago. By a stroke of luck, she was found locked in the basement of the Sonozaki family home. Unfortunately, Mion Sonozaki took a heavy blow to the head. As a result, she lost all memory of the events immediately before and after her confinement.
Sonozaki-san, またお客さんがお見えになりましたよ.
Sonozaki-san, you have another visitor. Oh, great. There was no reaction, as if she didn't hear anything at all. However, there was nothing wrong with her hearing.
何度いらっしゃっても同じですよ、刑事さん.
No matter how many times you come, the response is always the same. Detective. The nurse sounded disappointed as she told the two men the patient was reacting like usual. The two men had already been briefed on Mion Sonozaki's condition when they inquired with hospital about it earlier. It's a missing word there. The hospital had explicitly told them there's no point in coming here. This detective retired without ever finding the answer to the series of murders alleged to be the curse of Oishiro-sama that afflicted Hinamazawa 10 years ago. Okay, so I think I see what's happening here. We are seeing a fragment where instead of, like I was saying earlier, instead of Kechi delving deep and entrenching himself in the whole conspiracy and everything, I think he just goes on to live a happy life with the rest of the friends, and they all just cast away basically Mion and Shion, the whole Mion and Shion situation, because they were just out of their lives, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. I think then Shion ends up being the whole bad person. Mion's the victim in this whole thing. Something bad happens to Mion. We then see they think that this is Mion, but this actually ends up being Shion probably, I would guess is the situation. Kind of like what we'd seen previously in other arcs. And then the disaster happens in Hinamazawa. She's recovered here, but it's either fake or it's true, it's accurate. Some kind of trauma has happened to where now Shion is basically in this state. Yeah, this is the one in the console if you try not to get involved with any of the club members at all. At least the wiki says. Interesting. Okay. So then that makes a lot of sense. This detective retired without ever finding the answer to the series of murders alleged to be the curse of Oishiro-sama that afflicted Hinamazawa 10 years ago. And this Metropolitan Police investigator was involved in one of these incidents while visiting Hinamazawa 15 years ago. Even after the statute of limitations on the case expired, the two of them couldn't stop visiting Mion Sonozaki. It happened 10 years ago in Hinamazawa village, near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gas emerged from Onigafuchi Swamp and smothered Hinamazawa village. The catastrophe struck in the middle of the night, and annihilated the entire village overnight. Panic about volcanic gas swept through the entire country as people overreacted to unsubstantiated reports, and the Hinamazawa region was completely quarantined immediately afterwards. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamazawa, the curse of Oishiro-sama, ended with an unprecedented catastrophe. All entry into Hinamazawa was strictly forbidden after the disaster, and naturally that included Oishi and Akasuka. The curtain was forcibly closed on the case that they were investigating. Or they were investigating, not that. The catastrophe claimed the lives of over 1,200 people, and over 20 more are still missing. And there was a single survivor. That survivor was Mion, or probably Shion, Sonozaki. The disaster wiped out everyone other than Mion Sonozaki, so why did she alone survive? What happened to Mion Sonozaki between the day of Watanagashi and her disappearance? There were a lot of questions Oishi and Akasuka wanted to ask.
Mion-san, お久しぶりです。
It's been a long time, Mion-san.
大石です。
It's Oishi.
覚えていらっしゃいませんか？
Do you remember me?
ほら、園崎家に散々いじめられてた沖宮の刑事ですよ。
Look closely. I'm the detective from Okinomiya, who always gave the Sonozaki family a hard time.
園崎さん、おつらいとは思います。
Sonozaki-san, I realize it must be painful.
しかし、あなたにしか語れないんです。
But you're the only person I can talk to.
園崎さん、
Sonozaki-san,
あなたにしか語れないんです。
you're the only person left.
ひなみ沢については。
With any connection to Hinamazawa. Mion said nothing in response, but her body did move faintly when when he said the word Hinamazawa. Then she slowly turned her body away from the window and towards the room. Her movement was awkward, like an electric doll that was suddenly turned on. And then her unfocused eyes pointed toward the two men. Her face was difficult to make out thanks to her long, flowing hair. But between the strands of her hair, it was possible to see the blank look in her eyes. As everyone in the area impatiently waited for Mion to say something, she reached out and grabbed something by her bedside. A deck of playing cards. Oh, I was like, what is she gonna pull? The nurse's shoulders immediately began to droop as if she'd realized something. Unable to comprehend the situation, Oishi and Akasuka turned to face one another.
みんな、いい？
Is everyone ready?
始めるよ。
Shall we start? Mion definitely said that as she peered around with a vacant look in her eyes. Mion definitely said everyone. The only people here right now were Oishi, Akasuka, and the nurse. However, it was quite obvious that she wasn't referring to the people in the room when she said everyone. The everyone that Mion was speaking to were nowhere to be seen. Dire. Mion started skillfully shuffling the cards. Her hands looked completely relaxed as they moved. Swish, swish, swish. She began dealing out the cards she had shuffled on the bed. Of course, nobody was there to receive these piles of cards. Mion began talking to the invisible everyone while continuing to play cards. Oishi was able to make out several familiar names.
大石さん、
Oishi-san,
これは
what is this? Oishi closed his eyes and listened to Mion's voice.
どうやら園崎美代にとって事件以来完全に時が止まっているようです。
It seems that time has completely come to a halt for Mion Sonozaki since the incident.
事件以来ずっと
She's been like this since the incident.
じゃあ記憶は
Then her memory is... Kasuka's shoulders drooped and he tightly clenched his fist. Mion simply continued playing cards. To anyone who saw her, she would appear to only be a high school student. Mion's internal clock had truly stopped.
So.
Damn it. Oishi suddenly approached Mion and shouted into her ear.
園崎さん、
Sonozaki-san!
園崎美代さん。
Mion Sonozaki-san! Mion slowly turned towards Oishi.
我々はひなみ沢での事件の真相を暴くためこれまで調査を続けてきました。
We've been searching all this time, trying to find the truth behind the incidents in Hinamazawa.
ミオンさんの証言が必要なんです。
Mion-san, we need to hear your testimony. Mion slowly brushed away the hair that was covering most of her face. Her entire face was as white as porcelain. And it was the face of the girl from 10 years ago, who seemed to reject the past 10 years. Oishi suddenly caught his breath.
ミオンさんの証言が必要なんです。
Mion-san, I need your testimony.
お仲間の無念を晴らすためにも
Please,
目を覚ましてください。
please, for the sake of your friends, please wake up! Mion gazed forward intently, but her eyes still looked vacant. Oishi gazed deep into her eyes, looking for an answer. Then, Mion very slowly began to open her mouth.
罰ゲームなのかな。
What should this game's punishment be?
教えてよ。ねえ、ケイちゃん。
Please tell me. Okay, Ki-chan. Oh! Damn. Damn. Just to hit you. Oh my god, so many tips. Oh wait, an all-cast review session? Holy. Wait, I guess that's the end then, right? We just finish? Great Disaster. Taraimawashi alternate ending. Read only after completing Tsukio Soshi. Wait, which one is that? That's one sec. I think that's definitely something we've already read, right? Consulting the Great Scribes. Wait, no, that's not something I've already read. What do you mean, read only after completing? Bruh. That would be the next thing we probably read. Do you know how bad I want to just click it, though? What would happen if I just did it? What would happen, huh? That's a Great Disaster. Let's see what this is. Early morning, June 22nd, 1983. Word of the disaster in the Inamazawa district of Shishibone City quickly spread. Volcanic gas, including hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide, was released from the Onigafuji swamp, a major water source in the Inamazawa area. The gas covered the entire village. The number of victims exceeds 1,200. Another 20 are still missing. Approximately 600,000 people were evacuated from the surrounding municipalities as a result of the disaster. Subsequent investigation revealed a magma reservoir in a hot spring just beneath the Onigafuji swamp. Investigators concluded that gas erupting from that source was the cause of the disaster. Additionally, local tradition motivated people to declare the disaster in Hinamazawa the work of a curse, which caused a large uproar and resulted in confusion in early investigation. Local customs in Hinamazawa predicted that the curse would release miasma that would annihilate the village. Scholars point out that a similar disaster may have occurred in the past and formed the original basis for this custom. A small number of radical magazines suggested that the disaster was an extension of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamazawa over the past several years, only adding fire to the curse of Oishiro-sama theory. Additionally, relatives of Hinamazawa villagers and former residents who avoided the disaster were hospitalized one after another, complaining of poor physical health. A portion of them dying of an unknown illness caused further panic. Moreover, there were several reports of people who claimed to be possessed by the curse of Oishiro-sama before committing suicide in bizarre manners. The shocking news spread across the entire country in a flash. Delusions and fear of poisonous gas that can silently kill people in the middle of the night ran through all of Japan, resulting in cases of insomnia, respiratory issues, headaches, vertigo, and more. There were also reports of people carrying out eccentric behavior while alleging to be possessed. Most of these were thought to be a result of the extreme media coverage, but mental illness caused by the Great Hinamazawa disaster later came to be known as Hinamazawa syndrome. The Hinamazawa district that all these rumors originated from is currently blockaded, and flying over the region is strictly prohibited. Although the blockade was lifted at one point due to reduced gas levels, another ejection of gas was detected later that year, and the surrounding area was blockaded once again. They say within the grounds is a village left to decay, leaving all traces of life behind. The sole survivor is a female student who lived in Hinamazawa village, Mian Sonozaki-san. At the time of her rescue, she was in physical deterioration and mental daze, symptoms of dehydration. Thanks to desperate paramedical activity, her life was spared. She is currently hospitalized in a general hospital within the prefecture. Daily periodicals have been pushing to interview her, but all requests have been denied. The incredible mental shock she suffered left her with no memory of the time before and after the incident, and she has a high risk of regressing even further. The current situation is so severe, she can't even respond to police interrogation. Well. I don't know. So there's a part of me that's like, I know, despite this warning of saying only read it after completing, but what are the chances I read that and then I'm actually going to remember to come back to this? You know what I mean? And why would they stick it here? It's like they're tempting me. It's like it's like they want me to be bad. Part of me just wants to read it and just be like, hey, honestly, what's the worst thing that could happen by me reading this? You know what I mean? It's an alternate ending of the thing we just read. I say just let's fucking read it. Again, okay, worst thing that happens. Something gets spoiled in the next arc we're going to read after this. Slightly, somehow. But, like, is that really that bad? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. But, I guess, warning. In case you don't want to be spoiled for the next arc we read, next Higurashi stream, I guess. So, yeah. You can save your spot here and then read the thing later with me and then come back to this if you so desire. Anyway, nurse says, excuse me, it's about time. The nurse watching the exchange near the entrance timidly called out to Oishi and Kasuga. Kasuga looked over his shoulder and nodded, then put a hand on Oishi's shoulder and spoke.
Oishi-san. 今日はこのくらいにしておきましょう。
Oishi-san, let's leave it at that for today.
すみません。あと少しだけお願いします。
I'm sorry. Please, just a little longer. Then, Oishi pulled a plastic evidence bag out of his handbag. Inside of that was a lightly stained beret.
園崎美音さん、この帽子に見覚えはありませんか？
Mion Sonozaki-san, do you recognize this hat? Oishi sat it down by Mion's knees in a rough gesture. That instant, the playing cards fell from Mion's hands. But Oishi didn't focus on that. Instead, he moved it closer to gaze into Mion's eyes and inquire.
見たことありますよね。いや、あなたは絶対覚えているはずだ。
You've seen it, haven't you? No, I'm certain you should remember it.
これはあなたのお友達だった竜宮レナさんがいつもかぶっていた帽子ではありませんか？
This is the hat your friend Reina Ryuku-san always wore, isn't it?
これはですね、ひなみ沢村を流れる川の下流から発見されたものです。木箱に入って流れてきたものを釣り人が発見してくれました。
This is it. It was found downstream in the river flowing through Hinamazawa. A fisherman found it out inside a drifting wooden box.
ハムスターの死骸が入ったカゴと一緒にね。
It was found inside, along with the remains of a hamster. I'm sure that would make sense if I... don't worry about the hamster thing. Whether Mion was listening to Oishi's words or not, she was staring intently at the hat with a vacant look in her eyes. Her expression was devoid of animation, as if her emotions had broken down. It was hard to tell if she would respond or not, but Oishi steeled himself and called out to her with all his might.
わかりますか？ この帽子が一緒に入っていたということは、竜宮レナさんがその木箱を川に流したということだと考えられるのです。
Do you understand? The fact that these were found together leads me to believe Rina Ryugu-san was the one who cast this box into the river.
しかし、その意図がわからない。でもあなたなら、これに込められたメッセージがわかるはずだ。
However, I don't understand why, but you should be able to understand the message behind this.
いつも一緒に遊んでいた友達のあなたなら。
You were her friend. You were always playing together. What does the hamster mean?
お願いです。園崎美音さん。ひなみ沢に何が起こったのか。竜宮レナさんは何かを伝えようとした。
Please, Mion Sonozaki-san. Rina Ryugu-san was trying to tell us something about what happened in Hinamazawa.
これを解き明かせば、この大災害の秘密に少しでも迫ることができるはずなんです。だから目を覚ましてください。
If we can unravel this, it might bring us one step closer to unraveling the secret behind this disaster. So please, wake up!
刑事さん。
Detective! Oishi put his hands on Mion's shoulders as his voice roared. The moment the nurse saw that, she pulled his oversized body away from Mion.
乱暴はやめてください、刑事さん。
Please, cease this violent behavior! Detective! Ah!
大石さん、落ち着いてください。
Oishi-san, please, calm down. Oishi instinctively tried to shake the nurse off, but he came back to his senses after Akatsuka stepped in, and then his shoulders flopped.
大丈夫ですか、園崎さん。もういい加減にしてください。
Are you alright, Sonozaki-san? That's enough, please, no more.
今日はもうお引き取り願いますか。
Isn't that enough for today?
すみません。やりすぎました。興奮してしまって。
That's very breathy. I'm sorry. I went too far. I lost control.
こんな乱暴なことをするようでしたら、今後の面会は一切お断りさせていただきます。ここは病院で、この人は患者さんなんですよ。
Old man needs to calm down. If you're going to behave this violently, I won't allow you to visit in the future. You're in a hospital. Don't you realize she's a patient?
それを。
Honestly.
看護師さん、この人はひなみ沢で大勢の人を亡くしています。そのあたりの事情をどうかご理解ください。
Nurse, this man has lost an incredible number of people in Hinamazawa. Please, try to understand how he feels.
お願いします。
I beg of you. The nurse was agitated, but Kasuka's intervention somehow managed to smooth things over. And then, when Kasuka turned to him and flashed a signal, Oishi gently nodded.
園崎美音さん、その帽子はここに置いていきます。
Mion Sonozaki-san, I'll leave that hat here.
また明日来ますので、何か思い出したら教えてください。
I'll be back tomorrow, so please tell me if you remember anything.
それでは。
Alright, that's all. Then, Oishi stepped out of the hospital room with Kasuka.
まったく。大丈夫ですか、園崎さん。
Unbelievable. Are you alright, Sonozaki-san?
そうか。
Oh! That's it.
園崎さん。
Sonozaki-san. Mion was sitting silently, staring blankly at the hat resting on by her knees, then suddenly raised her head and spoke up. The light in her eyes finally returned.
看護師さん、お願い。さっきの刑事さんを呼び戻して。
Nurse, please, call those detectives back here.
まだ遠くに行っていないはずだから。
They couldn't have gotten far.
どうしたのです、園崎さん。
What's going on?
それにあなた、記憶が。
What's going on, Sonozaki-san? Did you get your memories back?
わかった。わかったんだ。レナの伝えたかったことが。
I understand. I understand what Rina was trying to tell us.
ひなみ沢で大災害なんて起きなかったんだよ。
There was no disaster in Hinamazawa.
だからお願い、早く呼び戻して。
So please, bring them back right away.
わかりました。ちょっと待っていてくださいね。
Understood. Please, wait a moment, okay?
レナ、あんた、命をかけて伝えてくれたんだね。受け取ったから。
Rina.
私、確かにあんたのメッセージ、受け取ったから。
Rina, you gave your life to send this message, didn't you? I received it. Yes, I absolutely did receive it. Mion held the hat in the plastic bag to her chest and tightly embraced it. And then, knowing the filthy stain on the hat was a blood stain, she began spilling tears long thought lost to her. Then, the next morning, at 5:17 a.m., Mion Sonozaki was pronounced dead as a result of acute heart failure. Oh, that it? Oh. Rip in peace. Damn, what the fuck? Alright, well, I guess the all-cast review session is back. How exciting. I love these.
はい、日暮らしの泣く頃につい、たらい回しをプレイされた皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Okay, everyone who read Higurashi When They Cry, Taraimawashi, thank you for all your hard work.
原作にはなかったオリジナルストーリーの第1弾、いかがでしたか？
This is the very first arc that wasn't part of the original story. What did you think?
もしかしたらあったかもしれない IF の世界、楽しんでもらえたらとっても嬉しいです。
I'd be very happy if you enjoyed this what if scenario.
楽しむも何も。
Why are they in their physical education clothing? What is there to enjoy?
あんな唐突な終わり方では何が起こったのかわけわかめでございましたよ。
What was the deal with that abrupt ending that told us nothing about what happened?
ちんぷんかんぷんなのです。
It's all gibberish.
まあ確かに
Yeah, really.
なんだか気がついたら私以外みんな死んじゃってたしね。
Everyone died except me, for some reason.
しかも生き残ったとはいえショックでまともに話できない状態とは。
But even though I survived, I was so shaken I couldn't even talk properly.
一体何が何やら私だってさっぱりだよ。
Even I have no clue what happened.
そうだね。
That's right.
今回のたらい回しは謎を解き明かすことを回避しちゃった場合にたどり着くある意味で最悪の末路。
This time, in Taraimawashi, we got the worst possible ending because of your effort to avoid unraveling the mystery. Because you fucking suck, everything went to shit.
だから展開がわからないことだらけで悲劇が起こった結果だけを知ることができるお話なんだって。
So it's sort of a story full of unexplained events, and all you learn is the result of the tragedy.
いきなり大災害でみんな死んじゃっているなんてひどい話なのです。
I think it's an awful story for everyone to suddenly be killed by a major disaster.
だいたいお社様のたたりがどうして自然災害につながるって言うんですの？
First off, how can the curse of Oyoshiro-sama even curse a natural disaster?
村で起こ
Or
っていた
cause
連続殺人事件とは
a
何の関
curse a
連もあ
natural
りませんでしょうに。
It can't have any connection to the series of death in Hinamazawa.
確かに。
That's certainly true.
よくわからない謎だらけで全然すっきりしない終わり方だったよね。
Ending the story with a bunch of unanswered mysteries is rather unsatisfying.
まあ謎は謎でいいんだけどさ。
Well, this is a mystery story, so mysteries are okay.
ここまでヒントというか手がかりがない状況だと推理のしようがないよ。
But there haven't been any hints so far. It's impossible to reason it out without clues.
連続殺人事件の犯人は誰かって謎かけが村の大災害の真相を探るって話にすり替わっちゃってるさ。
We were exploring the mystery behind the serial murder cases, but now we switched to a story about exploring the truth behind a village catastrophe.
これじゃこのルートにたどり着いた人たちはなんじゃこりゃーなんて言って怒っちゃうんじゃないかな。
People who reached this route probably started getting angry and shouting, "What is this?"
まったくでございますわ。
Absolutely.
それに謎を探る前に皆さんの様子も変でございましたよ。
Plus, earlier on when we were exploring the mystery, wasn't everyone acting strange?
ミオンさんはシオンさんとケイイチさんが仲良くなっただけで急に怖いというか対応が怒りっぽくなってしまいましたし、
Mion-san seemed really upset that Shion-san and Kechi-san were getting along well.
レナさんもなんだか変な感じでまるでケイイチさんのことを監視しているようで不気味な雰囲気でしたわ。
There was something odd about Rina-san too. She gave off an eerie atmosphere, like she was keeping tabs on Kechi-san.
でも一番変わっていたのは圭一かもしれないのです。
But Kenshi was probably the one acting most abnormal.
それは私も感じた。
Yeah, I felt the same way.
このシナリオのケイちゃんはなんだかヘタレっていうか平穏だった頃の日常にしがみつこうとしてるって感じで、正直かっこ悪かったね。
Kichan was acting like such good for nothing, trying to cling to his peaceful everyday life. Honestly, it's pretty uncool. Fuck that guy. Yep.
例えばいつもの圭一くんならレナが裏山に誘った時には断ったりしないと思うの。
For example, Keshi wouldn't normally refuse to go to the garbage dump with Rina.
だってそこから日暮らしの世界が始まるんだからね。
That's really where the world of Higurashi begins.
そんな謎が潜んでいるターニングポイントを回避している時点でやっぱり消極的な道を選んだってことになっちゃうんだよね。
That effectively bypasses the turning point of the mystery. Of course, this only happened because we were going down the most passive route possible.
私が落ち込んでるのを見て黙って見送るのもらしくありませんでしたわね。
It wasn't like him either to just stand by and watch when he saw how depressed I looked.
おせっかいくらいに優しくて私たちのことを大事に思ってくださっている圭一さんなら当然何やらと理由をつけて一緒に帰っていただけるはずですから。
Keshi-san is usually so much more involved and concerned about us, so he should have been okay with walking home together.
そういう意味ではらしくない選択をした結果がこうだったと言えなくもないかもね。
So what you're saying is, this is the result of making out-of-character choices.
たらい回しというだけあって問題の解決から逃げ続けるだけって印象だったな。
Taraimawashi is all about running from a problem instead of solving it.
ただね、このたらい回しには日暮らしの
So
謎
it'd
を
be
解く
like
ため
me.
に
If I was in this story, I would get this ending.
重要な人が登場してくるの。
Still, an important person necessary to unravel the mysteries of Higurashi made an appearance in Taraimawashi.
最後に大石さんと出てきた赤坂さんって刑事さん覚えてるかな。
The other detective named Akasuka-san, who showed up at the end with Oishi-san. Do you remember, everyone?
なんだか場違いというか
Do you remember?
大石さん
Remember?
と対極
Just
的な
add a
刑事
random
さん
word.
でしたわね。
He didn't really feel like he fit in. Like, he was the polar opposite of Oishi-san.
大石さんとお知り合いのようでしたが。
Though he seemed well acquainted with Oishi-san.
最後のほんのわずかの登場だったけど、いかにも都会のエリート警察官ですって感じだったな。
He only showed up briefly at the end, but I got the impression he was an elite urban police officer.
でもそれがどう関わってくるの？
But how does that play into all this?
その刑事さんと接点を持つのが実はなんとリカちゃんなんだよね。
Rika-chan has actually met that detective before.
ねえリカちゃん。
Haven't you, Rika-chan?
そうなのですよ。ニパ
That's right, Nippa!
リカ
Wow, Rika.
どういう経緯であなたがその刑事さんとお知り合いになったんですの？
What kind of situation would get you involved with a detective?
その馴れ初めのお話が警視庁公安の捜査記録の一つ暇つぶしです。
Our love story began in another Metropolitan Public Safety case, Himatsubushi.
このお話はさっき出てきた赤坂刑事が主人公なのです。
Detective Akasuka is actually the main character of that story.
ところでさ、暇つぶしって一体どんなお話なの？
By the way, what is this Himatsubushi story about?
ひなみ沢村の連続殺人事件でお社様のたたりを言われるようになったそもそものきっかけ。
It was during the very beginning of the series of deaths in Hinamizawa that came to be known as Oishiro-sama's curse.
5年前のひなみ沢ダム建設の反対運動の頃のお話なのです。
It's a story set 5 years ago during the Hinamizawa Dam resistance movement.
その時に起こったちょっとした事件で
She
僕
keeps
は
saying
運
that.
命の人と出会うのですよ。
I meet my soulmate during an incident that happens at that time.
運命の人？
Soulmate?
リカ？
Rika?
それはどういうことなのでございますの？
What is that supposed to mean?
それはプレイしてのお楽しみなのですよ。ニパ
You'll just have to play to find out, Nippa!
ー。
Huh?
ずいぶん引っ張ってくれちゃうね。
That's big info to suddenly drop on us.
もったいぶらずに教えてくれちゃってもいいじゃないのさ。
Out with it! Can't you tell us more?
それをバラしてしまったら面白くないのですよ。
It's no fun if I just reveal it.
ミーもちょっとは関連してきますので、こうご期待なのですよ。
You're a bit involved in this one too, me, so look forward to it.
みーちゃん
Hello.
も出るの？
Huh? Mi-chan is in this one too?
それじゃあレナは？
Then what about Rena?
私は
And what about me?
一回休みなのですよ。ニパ
Both of you are sitting out this time. Nipa! What? A what?
え、じゃあ主人公ってケイちゃんじゃなくて、もしかして。
Huh? Then is it because Ki-chan isn't the main character this time? No!
つまりは私クラウドこと大石クラウドのダンディズム劇場の始まりなのですよ。
In other words, it's time to begin Kurado Oishi's Refined Theater.
うわ出た。
What? You're here?
ふんふんふん
No!
そんなに人を幽霊みたいに驚かないでくださいな。
Don't act so surprised. You're looking at me like you've seen a ghost.
まあそれはともかくとして第0章
They're telling me about a thing I already read.
私たち大人の時間ですから。
In any case, Himatsubushi is sort of a chapter 0, and it's finally time for the adults to shine. Boo! Adults, boo!
良い子の皆さんにはまだ早いアダルティックでムーディーな日暮らしの始まりってことですよ。な
It marks the beginning of a moody adult Higurashi story too mature for you little kids to join in.
大石さんの口から聞くとものすごくいかがわしいイメージしか湧いてこないんだけど。
Hearing it straight from Oishi-san's mouth, I can't help but think of something obscene.
なんでかな
Why is that? Why is that?
日頃が日頃だからね。このゲームの対象年齢を一気に引き上げてきそうで、こっちとしてはものすごく不安だよ。
I'm worried about this. We'll have to raise the age rating on this game just after a day or two.
どんな話の展開になるのやら。
I wonder what kind of story we'll explore.
大石さん、
Oishi-san?
一応私たちは公務員なんですから、
We are still civil servants.
せめて税金を払っている皆さんの範になる振る舞いをお願いしますよ。
So please try to act respectable around all these tax-paying citizens.
あの刑事さんだ。
Ah, it's that detective.
赤坂さんって呼んでいいのかな？
May I call you Akasuka-san?
お好きなように。
Whatever you like.
どうも皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Greetings, everyone. Thank you all for the hard work.
お疲れ様です。
Thank you too.
あれ、そういえばケイちゃんは？
Huh? Come to think of it, where's Ki-chan?
前原さんならもう次の台本読みに入っているそうですよ。
Maiber-san is already getting a head start on reading the next script.
暇つぶしで出番がない分、遅れを取り戻すって言ってましたが。
He'll be sitting out for Himatsubushi, so he said he wanted to get a head start.
お気持ちはよくわかりますが、
I understand how he must feel.
この前圭一さんの台本をちらっとお見かけしましたが、前半だけでも電話上5冊分は優に超えておりましたもの。
I caught a glimpse of Kechi-san's script once before. First half alone was larger than 5 phone books.
最初は「おお季節は早いがスタッフからのお中元か?」なんて喜んでたら、中にはぎっしり紙の束というか、まさに巨大な塊が詰まっていたもんね。
When I first saw it, I thought, oh, it's an early mid-season gift, and was delighted. But when I opened it, I just found a huge bundle of tightly packed pages.
正気の沙汰とは思えなかったのです。
That sounds crazy.
あの厚さならマグナムだって防げてしまえるのですよ。
It's so thick you could block a magnum bullet with that.
いや、それはオーバー。 じゃなかったね。
No, you're exaggerating. Or maybe not.
閉じる穴開けようと思ったら千枚同士が根元から折れちゃったくらいだし。
I bet the stapler broke while trying to bind the pages together.
リカちゃんはまだいいよ。セリフまだ少ない方だったし。
You're still good, Rika-chan. You've got a relatively decent number of lines.
みーちゃんとしーちゃんなんかレナよりも多くて。
Mi-chan and Shi-chan have more than Rina, too. How?
そういえばしーちゃんは
Speaking of Shi-chan, where is she?
ああ、あの子も居残り。
Nah, that girl's working overtime, too.
まさかこんなに早く出番があるとは思ってなかったみたいでさ、全然準備してなかったせいで NG 連発しちゃって。
She didn't expect a major role to come so soon, so she wasn't prepared for it at all.
ま、ある意味自業自得だけど。
Well, more than anything, it's really her own fault.
とはいえ、私たちも暇つぶしではセリフが増えますからね。
Actually, I have a lot of dialogue in Himatsubushi as well.
この後、スタジオに戻る予定です。
I'm planning to head back to the studio right after this. No!
そういうわけですから。すみませんが、そろそろ始めちゃってもよろしいですかな。
Unfortunately, the same is true for me, so would you mind getting this started soon?
あまり時間もありませんので。
I don't have a lot of time to spare.
あ、はい、そうですね。
Oh yes, that's right.
それじゃあケイチくんは別の日に私たちだけの会を開くとして。
Ketchukun will just have to come to one of the parties another day.
みーちゃん、みんなに飲み物配ってくれるかな。
Mi-chan, would you pass out drinks for everyone?
はいよ。
Sure thing.
それじゃあビールは大石さん、赤坂さんで、
Here's a beer for Oishi-san and Akasuka-san.
リカちゃんとさとこはジュースだよね。
And some juice for Rika-chan and Satoko. Take your juice. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
さすがにコンシューマーゲームの舞台の中だと未成年のアルコールはご法度でございましたよ。
This is a proper commercial game, so underage drinking isn't allowed, eh?
というわけで僕もワインじゃなくてブドウジュースなのです。みー。
That's why I'm drinking grape juice instead of wine. Me.
っていうかリカちゃん、まさかワインを飲んだことが？
Rika-chan, no way. Have you ever had wine?
みー、冗談なのです。
Me, I'm just joking around.
お酒は20歳からのお約束なのですよ。
I promise I won't drink alcohol until I'm 20 years old. Okay.
みんな、コップは行き渡ったかな？
Does everyone have a glass?
それじゃ、レナが温度を取るね。
Then Rina will take the lead.
たらい回し終了。お疲れ様でした。
Alright, Taraimawashi is officially over. Great job, everyone. Great job!
とりあえず大石さんと赤坂さんは後ろがあるみたいだからさ、
Anyway, seems like Oishi-san and Akasuka-san are in a bit of a hurry.
手短に今回のシナリオを振り返ってみよう。
So let's take a quick look back on this scenario.
まずはさとこ、なんかある？
First up, Satoko, did you have anything to say?
振り返るも何も、こう出番が少ないとどう申し上げてよいのかわかりませんわ。
There's not a lot for me to look back on considering I barely appeared this time around.
右に同じなのです。みー。
I feel the same way. Me.
レナは、そうだね。
As for Rina,
最初は図書館から出てきたケイチ君をからかってるはずだったのに。
I should have been teasing Ketchikun at first, like when he left the library.
大石さんの尋問から家に戻ってきたケイチ君を待ち伏せして脅迫みたいな感じで詰め寄ったりしたのは変な感じだったね。
Yeah, I was really intimidating when I ambushed Ketchikun right after Oishi-san's interrogation. Felt really strange.
あの時レナはケイちゃんを口止めするつもりだったのかな。
I wonder if Rina was trying to keep Ki-chan quiet.
そうまでしてケイちゃんの動きを封じようとしたレナの意図は何か。
What did Rina have to gain from trying to obstruct Ki-chan's movements?
そしてレナは殺人事件について何を隠して知っていたのか。
And what did Rina know and hide about the murders?
そのあたりが分からずじまいだから類推というよりも憶測でしか想像ができないよね。
I don't have a clue, so all I can do is make baseless conjecture.
とっても不親切なシナリオなのですよ。ね
This is a very unaccommodating scenario. Meep.
そういえば一点だけ気になったんですが、
Oh, actually, there was one specific point that stuck with me.
1年前の北条聡子さんのおばが殺された時、園崎美音さん、紫音さんが相次いで姿を消したって言ってましたよね。
When Satoko Hojo's aunt was murdered 1 year ago, Mion Sonosaki-san and Shion-san both disappeared one after the other.
これってどういうことなんでしょうか。
What's the meaning behind that?
言葉の通りに考えてみますと、2人が共謀しておばを殺したか、あるいは何らかの関与をしたかということにもなりますが。
Oh yeah, that fucking line just killed me. I mean, like it hit so hard. It hit so hard, and so it's like so impactful, and then so suddenly too. And then you're like, ugh. Like almost, I mean, this maybe sounds dramatic, but just coming off of this arc, like it makes reading the whole arc kind of worth it. And this ended up being quite short. But just for that final line payoff, kind of like, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That was worth it. Oishi says, taking those facts at face value, it suggests the two of them might be involved in the aunt's murder or something along those lines.
裏を取った証拠がないだけに、これも憶測でしか判断ができないんですよね。
But with no evidence to back it up, that's nothing more than pure speculation.
村人の誰かが目撃しているということはないんですの？
Was there anyone in the village who might have seen something?
ひなみ沢も沖宮もそんなに広い場所ではございませんし、誰にも見つからずというのは結構難しいと思いますが。
Hinamazawa and Okinomiya are not particularly large, so wouldn't it be difficult for something like that to go unnoticed?
まあとはいえ、園崎家をはじめとする御三家はひなみ沢一帯では神聖不可侵の存在ですからね。
Well, the Sonosaki family and the rest of the three families are so scared, not scared, sacred, that they're practically invincible within Hinamazawa.
村人全員でかくまってしまったら、その動向は完全に闇の中へと入っちゃいますよ。
If all the villagers wanted to keep something hidden, it would definitely stay in the dark. No.
で、その結末が村を全滅させた大災害。
And then there's that ending where a catastrophe annihilates the entire village.
たたりで片付ければ一言で終わりなんだけど、どうしてこういう展開になったのかが全くわかんないよ。
If you ascribe to the curse theory, it can be cleared up with a single word, but I can't think of a proper reason why events would transpire like this.
そもそもこの事件が人の手によって起こされたものか、それとも本当にたたりといった超常的な存在によって起こされたものなのか。
First off, we need to determine if this incident was caused by human hands or some paranormal phenomenon.
それを整理するところから始めなければいけません。
We have to start our reasoning from that point.
そして万一人の手によるものなら、そこにあるはずの誰かにとってのメリットというものを見出さなくては。
And if it was indeed done by human hands, then there must be someone who benefits from these events.
誰かにとってのメリットですか？
Someone who benefits?
ええ、
Right.
犯罪には必ず誰かにとっての有益性が存在する。
Every crime has someone who benefits from it.
それが解明できれば、おのずと関与する人たちの意図やその顔ぶれが見えてくるものですよ。
If we can elucidate the intentions of the parties involved, we can develop a clear picture of who they are.
じゃあ連続開始事件をこれまで引き起こしてきて、最後に大災害で村人全員が死んだ結末には誰にとってのメリットがあるっていうの？
Well then, when we consider the series of mysterious deaths and now the disaster that wiped out the entire village, you're saying there's someone who might benefit from all this? Who could that be? Dots.
正直に言いましてどうこうと判断するには証拠もそして事件の詳細も不明な点が多すぎます。
To be honest, there are too many unknown details behind these incidents, and we lack the evidence necessary to make a decision.
そういう意味でこれらの事件が起こった端緒である5年前、ダム建設反対運動がどのように行われて結果どうなったのかをまずは調べる必要があるでしょう。
To that end, it's necessary to examine how all these incidents began 5 years ago. The dam resistance movement.
推理はそこから始めても遅くはないと思いますが。
Perhaps if we start our reasoning there, we won't miss anything.
そうですね。
That's right.
今の段階では根拠もなくあれこれと言い合っているだけですし。
At this point, there's no arguing otherwise.
もっと事件についていろいろと情報を仕入れるべきかと思います。
I think we need to gather more information about these various incidents.
他のシナリオにも重要なヒントが隠されているかもしれないのですよ。
There could be other important hints hidden in the other scenarios.
それもそうだね。
That's true.
それじゃ暇つぶしは大石さんと赤坂さんに任せて、私たちは自分たちが登場するシナリオをもう少しじっくり読んできっちり考えてみるとしますか。
Then let's leave Oishi-san and Akasuka-san to handle Himatsubushi and carefully think things over as we read along.
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に水をお楽しみくださいね。
Alright then, please enjoy yourself as you continue reading Higurashi when they cry. Bye! 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 It's over. The deed is done. And that arc is over. Is done. It's over. Oh, it just like reboots? Ah. All right. One down. So many more to go. Let me see. What's the next thing here? So next time, the next Higurashi stream is going to be place your bets. Place your bets. It's this. Tsukio Toshi. What could this be? I don't know. I'm intentionally leaving myself in the dark before we do them. So, is it going to be long? Is it going to be short? Is it going to be nonsense? Is it going to be full of drama? It's honestly anything. Anything can happen with the remainder of these. But yeah, we finished this one. It's done. I mean, like, some of these seem like they could be interesting, right? Like, who's this character? I don't fucking know who these people are. Is this a Sonozaki mom arc? I'd be totally for that. Who is this? Don't know who that is. What is this a picture of? Can't even tell what that's a picture of. Who is this? Don't know. Who is this? Don't know. Why is this? Don't know. This is like a threat sitting here at the bottom of the screen. I gotta be honest. This is like a threat that we inch closer and closer as we get through these. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Well, that took, you know, an appropriate amount of time for a stream today. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm not streaming anymore. I have stuff I'm doing tonight anyway, so that does it. Like I said, next time we boot up Higurashi, it'll be this. Fingers crossed it's good. I should be back on tomorrow at some point. Most likely during the day, but I guess there's a chance it slips tonight. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's still early. Do something fun for me. And, as always, have fun, stay safe, and all that jazz. And I'll be back tomorrow. I already said that. I'm just repeating myself. Thanks for watching. I already said that. Suck at puzzles. Yeah. Yeah. Pull up just a random puzzle of any variety. And, fail miserably. Flail about. Do your best impression of me. And, until tomorrow. Take it easy.